Good morning, everybody. You feeling better today? A little bit. Well, I myself to spend $100 on spy pets. Okay. Because Moody downgraded China. So they didn't downgrade their credit rating. I don't know why everyone keeps saying that. They downgraded the status of their observations. What does that mean? That means that they're viewing their current actions in a negative light and they're moving closer to a possible credit downgrade. Very similar to what they did to the US a couple weeks ago. Netflix testing 450 in the pre-market. You still want to confirm that breakdown? Maybe not. Let me see if it shifted. No, you still want to confirm it. Actually, you kind of want to confirm 446. Ding ding. I'm not sure what there is. Good morning, John. So the BOJ raises interest rates substantially. The U.S. is going to start paying even more to borrow money. Well, banks would have to pay even more to borrow money. That's going to hurt big time, right? Well, it's going to tighten credit very, very quickly. Um, Besides the leverage risk, which is ever present in that trade, yeah, it would tighten credit substantially. Why is T ripping? Because it's awesome. It has a better yield than the 30 or the 20 or the 10. US Red Book looks pretty bad. Does that mean we crash up? No. How bad is it? I hadn't seen yet. Hold on. EU PPI was up month over month. Year over year still way down. Gilts came in way below. Red Book down to 3%. Yeah, that's not great. Still positive, but yeah, not great. Pales in comparison to the PMI data, but that's interesting, I guess. Catch that knife, Gherk. I did. I did catch it. Now, let me switch this to SPX real quick. Pretty good chance that we see a gap fill. It might be not worth it to buy the options. 15 minutes. Maybe it is. Good morning, dork. Yep. Do it, Palantir, do it. What's Palantir doing? Shitting the bed a little bit more. Jimmy ripping in the wrong direction. Is it though? We got a little bit of short liquidity this morning. We'll see what happens. What did I miss? I mean, everything for the last year, Halfro. Can you tell Top that it can go ahead and go up? I'll let it know. Yeah. If I fly like paper and get high like planes, if you catch me at the border, I'm cashing CCs in my name. Okay. Thanks, Tasty Theta Nom Nom Nom. I feel like those are like the lyrics to something. Paper planes? Mia? MIA? Whatever the fuck her name was. I'm still learning to play straddles. I bought 45.70 end of day for 12.6 expiration. Do you recommend cutting the call side? Not until the data's out. Peter Thiel sells at 20 with PLTR when he is not running his money out of a bank. Interesting. What's with the IV uptick on FXY? I don't know. It happens every morning. It's probably the only time of day options trade on it. Yeah, it's the lyrics of the song that all my friends listened to in middle school. Gherkin win data at 9:45. And 10 o'clock. Boom. Was Peter Thiel also an FBI informant? I don't know. Maybe. You think RC's gonna put his money where his mouth is again? Up his ass? Gherk, so we pump after data regardless, so they close their straddle calls. Then if data bad, we break down. We pump after data regardless. Yeah, probably. Or strangles even. Was there Apple News up 172 BPS already? Something about Citibank or Citigroup or JP Morgan taking on the Apple Card, some shit, I think. But yeah, did a big run. JPM, there we go. Still waking up here on the West Coast. No worries. No worries. Run running out of short liquidity on GME here. We've got a little bit left, but not much. How's Beyond looking? Fine. They're still shorting it a bit right now, and the opening volume's pretty low. But it looks fine. At least so far. Interesting. VIX is getting a bit spicy here. 1 second. Woo. All right. Feeling a little bit better. Thanks, JB525. Tips are still crossed over. They still have liquidity to keep shorting beyond that a little bit. It's not at risk yet. I'm not super worried. Really depend on the trajectory of the market. We should have S&P PMI data right now. Looks like it came in exactly where it needed to. So should be slightly bullish in the next 15 minutes till ISM and jolts. T's pushing up my port. Nice, man. It was just an edge sesh, John. Trying to get ready for the day. Interesting. Bear's not having any of that. There's a lot of call buying, and then it all got fucked. Let's see. No. Nope, still plenty of room. IWM puts printing this morning. IWM's dropping hard today, which is not good for the memes. Although Tup seems to be doing okay. Tup doesn't give a fuck. Beyond's definitely got to claw back a little bit, though. I don't know. They tried to bear trap the bulls there. I'm not sure it worked. Yeah, it didn't work. It was impressive, though. The video played back on the table. If it breaks 63, sure. If it rejects off 63, no. No. Actually, any solid rejection here is pretty bad for it. It broke down out of like its descending channel. So, yeah, I would say if it rejects at 60 or 63, that's pretty bearish. Why are bulls having such a hard time pushing to the upside of 60? That shouldn't be that hard. Temp has a little mini online following. I didn't know that. I know there's a couple of people in the pickle jar who follow it, and me and Dork have fucked with it in the past. FXP, good exposure to China getting boofed. It's not the Moody's thing isn't that big of a deal. They're kind of just putting them on warning that if they keep increasing their debt to GDP, they're going to downgrade their bonds. Which is the same warning the US is on, right? Is there a Beyond channel? Fuck no. What's up, Vatican trash kid? It's been a while. Working with shares, not options. There's not much to learn about them. They're just squeezy, shitty small caps. The CEO of Beyond bit someone's ear off, and well, Tupperware, they make Tupperware. So you can imagine how that business is going. Not great. They didn't file their last earnings report. You probably don't want to own shares in either one of them. At least not for any extended period of time. Is the CEO Ozzy Osbourne? Well, he's sure as shit not a vegan. Is Upstart dead? It could be. Looks like it might be. Let me see. It does appear that they're shorting it, and liquidity doesn't seem that hard to come by. It's still above Gamma Max, so a failure wouldn't be a big surprise. Went up 4,000? No. Jimmy's IV got crushed. Well, that's not a good sign. Yeah, Jimmy does not look good right now. Not that it can't get a bounce. It can, but yeah, I would say it doesn't look super great. But I have $50 calls. Oh boy. Yeah, that's gonna be tough, man. I don't have anything for you. Why? What's up, Protestant? How you doing, man? It's going alright. It's so close though. It's already at 2. That's $48 away from the strike you bought. So I gotta get my grandma doing more top parties or something. Yes. Create a cultural shift to bring it back mainstream and make the stock go up. That's worked so well for GME and BBBY holders and AMC, right? If you just watch movies, buy towels, and physical media, you'll be rich one day. No, I haven't sold the straddle. No, I have $52 calls. Oh, that's not bad at all. That's nice. Why didn't you say that the first time? Why didn't you write like 50 by 2C or something? So I know what the fuck you were saying. I'm not the regard I used to be. So figuring out the cheat code to wealth. How much short liquidity is left on top? Probably a decent amount, given that it's only traded 300,000 volumes so far today. Actually, none. They've burned through it all. I lied. Top of up day? Maybe. As long as the market doesn't crash. How's the IWM doing? Why is it being such a piece of shit? Go back the other way. No. No, the NVIDIA play is not alive. It's testing 60. If it rejects at 60 or 63, it's bearish. If it breaks 63, then it's bullish. SPX gap fill possible? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Actually, I kind of wonder, yeah, if we're going to get the gap fill before the data comes out, because that would make more sense. Or at least some of the gap fill before the data comes out. The S&P PMI data was pretty bullish. A little bit of put selling, not a lot. Is an Apple pullback possible? Sure. Just not right now. Let's just pump a little bit more. Sorry. That was probably loud. Yep. Jimmy not looking so hot still. Fubo is coming back down. Which is neat. Let's say Tuesday. Do I have day trades again? Woohoo! I do. Although I am currently fucked on these Apple calls. Should I close them? I have till next week. I guess I don't need to. Kind of want to sell Fubo spreads. $60. A bit of a put wall. The problem with 60s, there's not a lot of calls. Bunch of the calls capitulated this morning. But there's some calls at 60. I think I'm gonna take profit on this thing. I'm gonna regret it. I know it, but well, at least I'll put a stop on it, right? Underwater on my on my spread a little. Which one? Are these 4 top calls gonna make me rich? I don't know. Maybe. You've been leaning back and talking quietly for days, just for that one small jump scare on the mic. Epic. I got stopped out basically immediately after I set the stop. Be careful. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I don't wanna hold it. Too much of the calls to the upside broke down this morning. It doesn't look I don't like it. They'll have to rebuild, and if they do, I'll probably get a chance to re-enter anyway. Let's see. So top is pushing through. Beyond is running out of short liquidity. Pretty quick. Not as quick as I would like, but decent rate. 700,000 volume so far. What's a good GME entry price today? I don't know if I'd buy GME today. That's pretty risky. And data. Data? Nope, not yet. Jumping the gun. I do have a firm Greeks, but give me a second. Total vehicle sales down. All right, ISM services PMI up 52.7, quite a bit. That's not exactly great. Business activity up, services new orders up, services prices up. Ooh, inflationary. And still no data on jolts yet. Or tip. All right, we got jolt job quits are up. And job openings are way down. 8.7 million versus 9.4 expected. So that's not exactly good. Tip data is not out yet. Well, I'll let you guys know if it pops up. It's not going to be as important. That's kind of bearish. But we may still see the opposite legs of those straddles close out. So we'd be looking at like 65, 70. The stronger services data is kind of bearish because it opens up rate hikes. But the softer labor market doesn't. I'm really not sure. It's kind of a mixed bag. Looks like the initial reaction here is a lot of put buying though that's going on. So be careful chasing the upside. Jesus fuck, look at VIX. Yeah. VIX is going nuts. I might have top ticked a put entry. Maybe. So that's tested 70. That's almost that's almost all of the calls in the money. Pretty close. Someone did not like that on VIX. No. The volume was nice though. It blew out a bunch of the short liquidity on Beyond. Did Jamie like that? I didn't hate it. There's still a little more room. There's 75 calls that we can touch. Yeah, and after a test of 75, if we get call capitulation at 75, it's gonna be pretty bad because there's a lot of puts to the downside. There's a pretty decent amount of put buying into the upside move here, which is why you see the big spike in VIX. So the question is if they're going to continue to push or if that's the end of it. Well, we're going to see how much of the like upside straddle they get in the money. And then I think it's gonna probably dump shortly afterwards. I better cut my losses, credit spread on Apple for a couple $100. Loss or hold? I've got 10 DTE. Yeah, I'm still not really sure what I want to do with that either. I could take like a small loss, or maybe I'll hold it. I just need to go back below 90, which doesn't feel like that big of a stretch. And I got the rest of this week. Although my risk isn't very high. I've only got like they're like $2.50 spreads. Hmm. It's gonna stabilize here a little bit. What do we want to see a test of? I want to see a test of like, oh, that's kind of where I wanted to see it. Maybe another test of 70. Hmm. That doesn't look good. Nvidia kind of raging. It broke gamma neutral. Just a little bit. It can fail that test still though. And it might if the market fails. Oh, that was the wrong account. Whoops. Some new. What's that? I see it's going down. Max 7 going up. Same like rescue operation. No, it's not the entirety of the Mag 7 going up, right? Well, it's just most of it. No, it's all of it. QQQ's just outperforming today. Which makes sense. I mean, small caps aren't doing great, right? ES is down 10 BPS to NQ's up 25. Yeah, I'm still an Apple. I could probably get out at a better price. Oh, interesting. Position, so dark positioning on SPX is kind of bearish, right? But like NQ is not. Every time you say ES, I think of the guy trying to say what EYES spells. Uh, we're gonna see a gap fill on SPX up to 45.90. No, I don't think so. The positioning on SPX is pretty bearish, actually. Um, it's just the like QQQ is not. So either QQQ is gonna catch up and also get kind of bearish here, or it's gonna act as a stabilizer for the rest of the day. It looks like it's falling, like retreating back from its high though, which is maybe a good sign. Like the data that came out was not good. That's why we saw the big spike in VIX. That was not the ideal data. Bulls needed both to come in pretty flat. And so getting the uptick in, I mean, both sides of like the bear case got reinforced a little bit. Like services pricing and activities up and jobs are down, both of which are moderately inflationary. I got stopped out of my put. I probably should get stopped out of my put. I bought it on the wrong account anyway. I know the second I close these beyond calls, it's gonna rip to like fucking $12. I can't get a good fill on top. You probably won't get a good fill on top. Are you trying to get 18? The market maker's not gonna sell them to you that cheap because they have to hedge the delta right away. It's like when GME is running, you usually have to buy at the ask. Otherwise you get fucked. Nope, okay. I'm gonna put a fucking stop on that. If it wants to keep going up, it can. Awesome. Of course it breaks down now. I'm not gonna chance it. No, I said I kind of want to close my beyond calls because I think S&P is gonna slip. But maybe it doesn't matter. Check DMs. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the problem, right? Is it's still holding a little bit. If we bounce off it, ew, right? I entered some short-term long-term positions, short-term long positions today, and immediately put limits on them for 10% profits. Chipping away. Nice, dude. Good job. Do you think that's most of the SPX's movements today? I'm expecting the chop range to narrow and to close. It probably will, yeah. There is one caveat, though. The downside is really weak. And put interest has been building almost everywhere. Like, it's concentrating quite a lot under 45.50. So if this were to lose 45.50, shit can get kind of ugly. And since that price is very much in the range that we're currently trading, I would be at least be aware of that. 170 in a few minutes isn't bad. Yeah. It's a little bit of call buying right now, but very little. Just be careful, because if you have puts right now, if they bounce this, it could bounce really hard. Like $5 in a candle or two. So don't get burned. It'll probably ultimately fail 60, but it can bounce before it does that. So that's kind of what I'm warning people about. Too much to ask for SCX price to go down like a Dan at Wendy's dumpster. Yes. There's a lot of risk to the downside. That's very good reason to defend it. And top daily looks good. No, it fucking looks flat. It's being a flat bitch. I wish they'd just fucking cover. I'd be considered a Dan if I go down on self behind a Wendy's dumpster. So you want to go down on a cheeseburger behind the Wendy's dumpster? I mean, it's not really very Dan. It's not very Dan-like behavior. Jimmy still look like shit? Yes. Okay. Good. I don't have to worry about that today. I have shares of top, and I need to know, is there any chance of them going belly up in the next 3 months? Yeah, probably. I think there's always a chance of them going belly up. They didn't file their last earnings. Why do you have shares of top? People are really misinterpreting these plays. For real, it's been what, 1.5 years that they've been avoiding getting out of the position for which. What are your thoughts, if any, on SoFi? I'm not a huge fan. If the IV is good, it might be worth wheeling. It usually has fairly stable pricing. I don't think rates are getting cut substantially though, so any current bullishness on it's probably gonna fade. What's up, Mike? Carl's holding back MOASS all by himself. I mean, it's just like these plays should just be like they're high risk, low reward, and so you counteract that by not putting a lot of capital in, right? But you definitely want the leverage that comes with options. As long as Temp still gets tomato stains, my girlfriend will keep throwing them away. Bullish. Thoughts on SPY Jan 450p? 2 delta exposed if we go up. Maybe go down to the 440p's. I mean, they just don't have that much theta. Would be my issue, and I hate SPY, but probably not awful. What's SPY trading at right now? Like 56 or something. Yeah, 56. So I don't think the 450 is bad. Why don't you sell something against it, and then if it confirms, you can buy back the short put. Like sell something with like not as much theta. Cash account. Oh, lame. Yeah, see, this is the bounce I was talking about being afraid of. Although it's really not as aggressive as I thought it would be, so that's a plus. I think people should check their Tupperware containers to see if they're actually Rubbermaid. Or Glad. That's the other one, right? I got 100 shares literally just to sell $2 calls. Is that worth it? Why don't you just sell like CSPs at like $1.50 or something? Why did you expect the second bounce? Several reasons. Now it might fail more substantially. Let's see if this actually breaks down or not. Oh god, VIX is fucked. It's gonna be like this all day. What news led to green candles? Bad news, ironically. Odds of 45.60 before end of day. We might be at 45.60 in like the next 5 minutes. I wish Ivy on Beyond would crank up like it did yesterday. There it goes. Now it's starting to move up. Yeah, cover into the falling market. Go. Do it. Do. You can't just scare the stocks into running, bro. Why? That seemed like a really good strategy when I first thought of it. There isn't a there's a DMM for Express, but there's no DRM. There's no options chain. I guess you can't argue with the results, right? Yeah, well, that didn't work out that well. We got a little bit extra out of it. So where can this move down to? If it breaks 60, we'll probably move to 50. Just gonna sell these and buy more fucking theta. What do they fill out? Okay. I'll just wait. Okay, I'll just wait. Ooh, there goes Upstart. I'll wait on top. I need to buy back into that, though. Alright, so... Big Vic short. Still call selling, though. So I don't know how long this is going to be bullish for. Where the fuck is Delta Neutral on Beyond? Oh, so Gamma's positive? Well, a little bit. Delta Neutral is at 1023. We're looking for the upside of 11. Yeah, well, short liquidity is kind of burned up on Beyond. So they don't have a lot to short with. Should have enough momentum to get us up to Delta Neutral, which is around like 1025. But we'll see. Falling market can shift that. A fail at a lower high would be pretty bearish here. Yeah, I don't think the pump on SPX is bullish. I think they're just trying to bail out more of their calls. They haven't actually gotten out of a lot of them. So they closed some on the last bounce. But we didn't break down through 60, which we needed to do in order to get more downside momentum. But this'll probably fail as well. Just be careful, because if they're trying to get the 70s out from underwater, we could end up with like a higher high here, right? Like this could what the fuck? Hold on. Oh, really? Piece of shit. We're gonna end up with a slightly higher high, like they might target like 72 again. So just be careful of that. If it breaks 65, it's probably gonna retest 60. If you're trying to play the short side, though, be prepared to get stopped out on another bounce. It's not that 60 is a brick wall. Close. Same fucking price? Really? Top's fine. I just want to. I had a chance to reposition and get some more theta, so I'm trying to take advantage of that. I don't want to. I don't want to carry the weekliest past today anyway. I had my SSP put with a QQQ call because the ladder was outperforming. My call got stopped on the way down with decent profit. Is this a good strategy or did I get lucky? It's not a bad strategy. You have to be careful with it though, because indexes can sync up pretty quickly. But no, not a terrible strategy. 3-month yield is over the 1 year. Yeah, it's a little crazy. That's the bull steepener, right? Although not as big a deal as the 2 and the 10. The ones you really want to focus on are the 3-month and the 10-year and the 2-year 10-year. How much theta are you looking for top? I mean, December 30th is the same price as December December 22nd, so I'll probably just go with the 30 or something. I'm gonna wait a minute though. Thoughts on SPX back to 44.75 before December 15th? I could see that. Mm. I think that'll be okay. Yeah, this doesn't look like it's getting more bullish. They're still selling out of the money calls. Selling puts and then selling calls. I wonder if they're gonna flip short. Chances of a gap fill, why not Will this be? Which gap? You mean yesterday's gap? Like up here? Pretty slim. There's not a lot of calls up there right now. It looks like they're just trying to get out of their strangles still. Because if they close the straddle calls, there's no support here. So I think they're just trying to exit as much of the strangles as they can. The gain is high on your end? Never mind, it got fixed. Okay. I just want a little more theta on top because it's not moving substantially above $2, and every time it drops, your theta gets burned up. So weeklies are not looking as good. So I cut them, and I'm gonna buy a little more theta on them. How incredibly lucky we are for you to grace us with your knowledge. My maturation as a trader showed up today, setting stops and taking profits, re-entering trades at better times. Nice, man. Well done. This next FTD covering for Beyond doesn't look like they are short covering. They're trying not to. There is still covering going on Beyond. And there's still some FTDs on it pretty much every day. Like there's gonna be like a million volume or so in FTDs every day because it's still on Reg Show and it's deep on Reg Show. It's been on there for 26 consecutive days now. So there's forced settlement every day on Beyond. The amount of that forced settlement is going to vary, right? So you're going to have some days that are volumetrically higher than others. But what's more compelling is the out of the money calls on it, which can benefit from that covering and continue to not only hold price up but drive price higher. Apple testing all-time highs. I'm full porting puts. That's probably not a wise idea. Ooh. Breakout. They're gonna get the test to 70, dork. It's all from put. What the fuck are they selling puts at? Dude, look at this. This is so weird. Like, they're not buying calls, but we're going up. They've just been non-stop selling calls since the data dropped. Vita stream card for the win. So you're expecting this to chop here while they exit straddles, then it drops back to the 60-55 range. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm expecting. When you say theta, did you mean top December 15? No, I think I'm gonna get the 30th because I want to have exposure through OPEX. Yeah, Jimmy should be getting wrecked right now. Once you get like a $1 drop, everyone's gonna start dumping their weeklies and their next weeklies, right? And then I mean GME had two tests to the upside of Gamma Max. We had one yesterday, one last week, so seriously, what the fuck are they buying Delta somewhere else? Or is QQQ just ripping face? It's QQQ. That's 100% QQQ. Oh, that's fucking annoying. It's hard to read. There's no way to read that. Fucking cross asset performance. Is there more data today? Not really. Well, I don't think anything important. There's like a 42-day auction at 11:30, and that's it. Fed should be in their blackout period. This is so weird. So it's like QQQ's pumping, right? And then they're using the pump on that to close their calls on SPX. It's so strange. Bowman speaks at 3. Okay. Here's the 75 test you mentioned. Any signs of further continuation? No, it doesn't appear that the market liked the 75 test very much. But this is not exactly normal price behavior. I'm not sure how much our data matters here. Like QQQ's too divergent from SPX, and it's pushing on, it's like pushing on the index. Mag 7's pumping really hard. So it could keep moving up despite the lack of positioning to the upside. They're selling calls on SPX, like almost nonstop. There was a tiny bit of call buying there right when we peaked, but up until that point, nothing but call selling. Calls at 45.80. There's some, not a ton. There's also puts at those strikes. There's some more call buying. Okay, so now they're buying a few calls. Maybe I should just cut this. Cut and wait. Kind of hedged to the long side, but not enough. Excuse me. Put positioning isn't really moving. Let me look at volume. Was the call something to do with vol control? Well, yeah, partially. I think they're closing long calls while QQQ floats it, but it's hard to say. This is some volume at 80. However, that That doesn't look super bullish. Hmm. That kind of does. Well, now it's both. Now they're buying calls and selling puts. So maybe they're not going to give it up. I think I need to close this second. Apple's 194 now. Hmm. Looking for a sign. Make him come back down. That's not going to happen yet. Did they get their liquidity for the next move up? There's enough sold calls between like 45.90 and 4600 that they could squeeze them. But they're going to need to pump a lot harder than they are now. It's an interesting reaction to shit data. Economic optimism index came out. It's down 4.5, and it missed forecast by 6 points. So that's good to know. It's good to know that people are optimistic about the economy. Okay, puts are still hanging out. This could carry on a little while longer still. Might be like 20, 30 minutes more of this. Let's say the high range here is 80, but they're gonna have to buy more options to get us there. That was interesting. I haven't seen that dynamic occur too often. And what's weird is we had the opposite thing the other day, and it did not have the same effect to the downside at all. Like we had QQQ dumping, and SPX just stayed flat as fuck. Ooh, oil's up. Russell's trying to recover. Dow's performing like shit. Give me 1 second. Data was mixed, but even as it was mixed, it wasn't very good. Okay, call buying's slowing down again. Put buying's picking up. So maybe bears are trying to fade the top, or they're gonna get squeezed out. It sounded wet. It is. It's very wet. Okay, Greg, any updates on the top tips? As I heard you say they're pretty much out of liquidity on it. Are we near a crossover for potential covering? We're very, very close, yeah. But I close my top calls because I want to reposition further out. They haven't crossed over yet, and there's not really a lot of volume driving it, so I want to get more theta. Oxy down to 57. That's not a bad price. They fucking price those up? $56 delta. 58. Hmm. Interesting. And people are so cheap. No volume. What's QQQ doing? QQQ is still pushing up. Yeah, it's failing its peak a little bit. So I think if QQQ fails here, SPX pulls back. I don't want to buy this for that much. Hmm. A little bit more color. They're buying the 80 right now. If this doesn't fail here, I cut the put. I guess we're going for the Monday gap. They have to squeeze out a lot of short calls for that to happen. I don't know if we've got that much momentum. That's on HBM. I know broad commodities took kind of a hit the other day, but I haven't looked at it. Looks like it failed to bounce a little bit. It's still fucking like $4. The price of this almost never changes. Well, looks like it's still just chopping between 430 and almost 5. Hmm. Options 250. I kind of want to buy them for next week. Maybe that'd be cheaper. And they can buy at the ask. Hmm. Top volume's gone. It never had much. It's been pretty low this whole time. So this is just gonna grind. That sucks. No real pullback, I guess. It's not, yeah, no. I'm trying to keep an eye on NQ here. I don't think we'll see ES fail unless we see Mag 7 drop. Russell's starting to pick up a little bit. Well, this is roughly the top of the long call interest on SPX though. However, on NQ, there's still quite a lot of room. If no pullback and Japan does nothing next week, Japan doesn't do anything till the 18th, which is the week after next. We'll need some zero DTEs to get us up more. Yeah, which they could buy here. Although they're not. Is Russell picking up going to pressure beyond? If it keeps picking up. Russell just slipped another 5 BPS again. They kind of double bottomed this morning. Russell, like, RTY has room up to like 189 to keep running. Or 190. So the slowdown today is a little bit surprising, but did I fucking seriously not fill on all of these? Bullshit. Well, I can't wait to short Tesla again. Yeah. Yeah, Tesla's moving hard. Hmm. Did all the bearish options positioning in the AM get blown out? A lot of it's still there. It hasn't really moved. Some of the like 75 and 80 puts trimmed down a little bit in the 60s, but like the 50, 60, 70 puts are still there. There's even a little bit of put buying. Although I'm not sure that's exactly smart of them. Alright, here's some more call buying. I think they're trying to reverse this drop. Russell's failing a little bit. NQ hasn't failed yet, though. Dollar's up. Dollar's up, yields are down. I'm pushing the dispersion trade really hard. Sorry to bug you on this. Are you still holding your Apple credit spread? Yeah, I am. I've got another week on it. I might close it, though. I might like close it and sell it higher. I haven't decided yet. This monkey can lick my ham flour. That's disgusting, Dork. And hauntingly beautiful. Well, I just had an interview that would offer more than the CFO apprenticeship at Citadel. They pay pretty well. Come on, lose 75. Yeah, there we go. NQ broke below 15,950. Keep dumping. Dump the whole day's gains. All of it. Fucking egregious bullshit pump. Lead risk manager at Susquehanna. Look at you go. You're gonna be shorting fucking GME in no time. I don't know if I could be more proud. We're gonna try to find a good paying job, and Carl's getting paid for interviews. The rich get richer. I don't like that this pump is in the gap on SPX. You gotta stop leaning on gap theory so much. It's not that important. I'm gonna walk in a basketball shorts and a tank top and just say short it all. Yep. Top infinity and beyond. Maybe. I have more delta now, so let's fucking go. My biggest problem with top is the market maker doesn't want to sell you options. And that's not cool, you know? Seriously, the pullback would take us where? 45.65 at best, or not even? I mean, depending on how much momentum the pullback gets, it could take us all the way down to like 45.50. They're fighting back against it right now, so they're still trying to buy at the money in the money calls, and they're selling a lot of puts into the drop. But if NQ fails, which it is right now, and drops further, they're not going to be able to hold it up. Like breadth today is complete shit. RSP is down 73 basis points. So the only thing propping this up is Mag 7. And if the rug gets pulled on that, the rug gets pulled on everything. Are you buying any GME calls? Fuck no. I got out of all my GME. Why would I buy more? GME is currently quite liquid. Moon soon? No. GME already mooned. It went from like fucking $12 to $17. That's what it does nowadays. Ooh, Dorcas. Big bear. I feel like this much better about holding my shitty put through all of that. Is that a red candle? It is. There may be more of them. I would prefer more of them. Although ES or NQ is getting kind of close to support. About the GME top again. God damn it. Yeah, momentum's starting to flip on SPX. That was a hell of a push for the fucking strangles though. That was Jesus fucking Christ. Why? Fucking markets acting like Apple flipping their credit card provider is gonna somehow save our economy. It's not even it's a debit card. It's not even a credit card. Beyond green candles on market. Yeah, they're covering into the falling market. Shorts love that shit. Somebody tell Upstart about the red. I sold all my puts, 9K on that drop, inching closer to Pigeon Whale. Dude, that's like fucking 5 years of Pigeon Whale. Dick. Thanks, Navy Nuke. Apple discounting their partnership with Goldman Sachs is anti-Semitism. I don't think so. Oh God, you're not one of those people, are you? With the Jewish Goldman Sachs conspiracies? I've had enough of that for one lifetime. No, that's a joke. Oh, okay. Thank God. How low are you thinking here? I hope it just falls through the center of the earth, frankly. I would love to see it hit 45.50. Ooh, fucking NQ slipped 15.9. That's pretty bearish. It's doing bearish things. Dollar's rocketing. Look, I still have my Beyond. Why would I close it before it goes up? Stop ghosting my plays. I'm gonna need Apple to come down a lot more. Thanks to the giant pile of money losers. I mean bulls. I snagged Apple 192.50 and 190p. Okay. Goddamn idiot market deserved every penny of that drop. It deserves more. More. Always more. Beyond borrow fee, just up 20%. The fucking thing's been on Reg Show for like 26 days. I don't think watching its borrow fee is really gonna help much. I feel better when Greek is just as confused as us about rising markets to de-risk on bad news. Glad about closing my calls and buying another put. Nice, man. I would like to formally request SPX 4500 today. That'd be cool. There's not a lot of defensive positioning below 4550. If that was the risk off of the last of the call side, this could drop really hard. It should be below like VWAP on the daily. There's very little support here at 4560. And NQ's still hasn't really found any solid support yet either. Yeah, I think this could keep going down. Oh fuck, dork. Look at that shit. Back up. This makes me think I should have bought like 20 more of these at the top, but you know, whatever. Would they think they were gonna steal Kenny's money? SPX absolutely is a meme stock. Actually, it's better than all of the meme stocks. Sometimes it moves like $120 in a day just for fun, and then gives it all back the next day. Yeah, when are they gonna stop buying fucking calls? That's my question. Stabilize at 60, then push down. Kind of hope so, yeah. 55 is going to be tricky. 60 is a strong support. But if we slip it, this thing's done. I'm thinking 63. If we don't fill the gap, that's pretty bearish, right? That still looks bearish. Maybe I just hold this for the rest of the day. Top. What's beyond doing? Fucking god damn it. Can't say I didn't see the 45-60 bounce coming, but I made money. I'm wondering when to reposition. Give it a minute. This bounce may not last long. NQ's getting a little support. Tested like 15,850. It may retest 15.9. But a failure before 15.9 would be pretty bearish. Depends on how much volume comes in. I'm kind of hoping the test there just fails. Say the day we break 45.50 again for the entire day. That'd be cool. We're kind of close. Fuck off. Ooh. Right. So 65 is a put wall now. 60 is call wall. Put buying's picking up, so is call selling. NQ's initial bounce was pretty weak. I would love to see NQ drop another $100. If Beyond breaks 10, do you think it would accelerate upwards? There's a lot more call interest. There's actually a decent amount of calls at 9. Which is one of the reasons the breakouts of 9 keep getting shorted. Because they don't want the market maker hedging those. Because it'll push us towards delta neutral. And if the hedge flips, it can run really hard. I'm more surprised we haven't closed this VIX gap. That's not real. Yeah, nine's actually the highest concentration of interest right now for Beyond. So breaking 9's a big deal. There's a lot of negative gamma that would fall off. Still pretty bearish. I got stopped at Beyond an 11. My account is GFV restricted, which I didn't know about until now. Have a nice ride, everyone. I'm sorry to hear that, man. About some calls on Beyond about an hour ago. Stopped watching, I was just listening. Heard we're looking good, went to check. I saw about Beyond. Inc. calls fuck FLM. What? What the hell was that? Oh, did my fucking Palantir finally buy back? Nice. Dude, is USD JPY just running? No? Ooh. NQ's failing its breakout. Oh, fucking come on. Someone buy the resistance on Beyond. This is bullshit. Dude, I can't believe we haven't got enough volume to fucking close the gap on top yet. Yeah, tech's not looking good. I think they're trying to bring up breadth, but there's no one wants to buy it. Yeah, NQ's now almost even with ES. There's only like a 14-point spread now. 15, 16-point spread. I bought the wrong company. BYON. Oh, gross. That's definitely the wrong company. You bought overstock calls. Can I ask for affirmed? Oh yeah, yeah, affirmed Greeks. Sorry. Give me a second. Jesus Christ, it's broken Gamma Max for 6 days in a row. Was Amazon buying it or something? Calls are falling off. Gamma Max is at 38. I'd be careful with it though. If you're gonna sell Theta, you're gonna need to sell a lot. Delta's slowly dwindling down, but yeah, not quickly. Be really careful trying to sell against that. Are we actively seeing the repercussions of them not allowing a pullback? They're trying to prevent one, yeah. It doesn't look like they're doing a great job at it, but they're trying. Gamma neutral is getting pretty close to the money on the weekly. Let's see, GN's at 45.32 now on the weekly. The run post data is a little off-putting. I think FOMC could be very bad for it, but it's risky, so I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of risky. We really don't know which way the Fed's gonna fall this week, or next week, rather. SPX puts dead. It depends on how patient you are. They may not be. Back to 75 again. Maybe 70? I'm thinking like 70. There's a descending head and shoulders on NQ on the 5 minute, but it's still got a little room to move up to confirm it. I mean, it could fail here, but there's a little more upside room. So I'll show you what seems to be more important than the SPX call chain right now, and that's this. So if NQ fails to test 15.9 again, right, and it breaks down, it can move all the way back to here at like 15.775. And since, like, if you look at like RSP Like RSP is down 65 BPS right now, and Dow's down 30. So there's not going to be a lot of breadth to support like SPX. So if tech fails, it all goes down. Kind of like what we saw before, but it could fail again, right? So bear flag and then fail. And it's kind of starting to. It doesn't look particularly good. If tech fails, everything fails besides beyond. I don't know about that. I'll say this about Beyond. It's about to have another day where it fails most of its volume. Is Beyond part of tech because it's technically meat? No. Technically not meat? No, no. That's what all the squiggly lines represent. Where? On the charts? Are you talking about like the colored lines? Those are just EMAs. So they're exponential moving averages at different speeds. Yeah, they don't really mean anything. They're just a weighting of the price over a period of time. NQ's rejecting. Oh, come on, a little more. Can you pump beyond, please? I feel like I've done all the pumping that I can do on it. Each color is a different period of time. Yeah, yeah, they're all different. They're all different lengths. So you have like third. I think I have on here. It's like 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180. If they can't even get 4570 back, that seems bearish. Oh boy, oh boy. Uh, yeah, it's not exactly bullish. VIX is starting to pick up a little bit. NQ still kind of fighting for resistance here. Hmm. Volume's falling pretty flat. Vixit levels not seen since 20 bips ago. This is so fucking dumb. Is EXR gonna keep momentum into that 150 level? Great buy after that weird sell-off post earnings. Yeah, it really was. Hmm. I don't see a reason for it to stop going up. I would be cautious of, the Fed next week, though. I'm probably going to hedge my position at least a little bit going into the Fed meeting. Because all the REITs are going to take a massive hit if the Fed stays hawkish. What volume would you expect and beyond for it to satisfy its fails? For today? I hate this shit so much, Dork. Oh, let's see. So, fails on beyond for today should be... should only be like 300 something thousand. I'm not really sure that these are adjusted for reg show. Failures on Beyond get a lot worse into the middle of this month. There's a shitload of them. Asshats are sprinting full speed towards a margin call. I think they're trying to not get margin called, right? It's the opposite. They're trying not to not to get fucked. Ow. Every time they boof, they tighten the stop. It's fucking stupid. Well, it makes sense if they're trying to close their calls. That should be kind of fun. NVIDIA failed GM. That's a big deal. Ooh. Yeah, nice. Hmm. NVIDIA's failing 60 too. So my 4565p have a chance. Yeah, yeah. They do. It's just gonna be boring. It'll be boring till it's not, at least. How do you decide which stocks get tips? I can do them on any stock. They're better on some than others, though. But you have to set them up for each one, which is kind of a bitch. Yeah, they take a little bit of research. And it doesn't help that every time I close TradingView, I have to reset them all and do them again. Yeah, I know, Dork. Well, I'm not gonna do that. Do you still track buy orders like you used to? On what? I mean, all they're effectively doing by crushing VIX right now is making it cheaper for put buyers to pile in at 65 and 55. When mentioning the Fed and perspectives around it, would you mind speaking with an ASMR tone? I don't know what that is. An order of least to favorite taco meats: shrimp, beef, chicken. Beef, shrimp, chicken. Oh, least to favorite. I'm sorry. Chicken, shrimp, beef. Cameroons and asada are fucking amazing. Chicken, chicken sucks on tacos. Pork, yeah. Al pastor and carnitas. Those are delicious. No, I'm not wearing socks. When people whisper, talk softly into the mic, they invoke the goosebumps and other weird sensations. Can you say tacos again? Tacos? Are your feet not cold? No, not particularly. I have baseboard heating, so my floor is usually pretty warm. I only say tacos when I'm referring to tacos. Tacos are an American product, an imitation of a taco. They're filled with ground beef, cheddar cheese, and lettuce. They have their place. Hardcore distribution? Hardcore desperation. So they have no liquidity to short beyond Dork, but no, also no one's buying beyond. And that's a problem. Put the bottom of your feet together. Whoa, man, you gotta fucking sign up for the OnlyFans first. I'm not just gonna take requests like that out of the blue. I haven't seen you sip a morning coffee. Is that an off-cam thing? No, I already finished my coffee. You missed it. Did IWM need this pullback to push up to another high? Or do you think this is the beginning of a breakdown? That might be the beginning of a breakdown. Hey, Lord Glorple Gorg. Okay. When can we expect to hit 4,500? if we hit 4,500, maybe next week. I guess it could be sooner, but I don't think they'll give it all up that quick. This is excruciating. It's not that bad. We've had an interesting day so far. It must be weird to be a streamer. It is, yeah. It is. It's kind of. It's fun though. I like it. I wouldn't do this every day if I didn't. Would you like me to stop pumping spy? I mean, no, you can keep doing that, but you might get blown up. Pearl Weston is being groomed for a hot tub. Who? Both sound like my Mormon ex-girlfriend, not wanting to give it up quick. See, I've never had that experience with Mormons. That red candle was me. It was a gap down too, wasn't it? Maybe now they'll buy Beyond. Yeah, so MQ failed bigly. Big fail. Turns out, not that bullish. I thought Mormons were just one of those fables. No. Just a whole group of people living in Utah. Under the tutelage of a horny 14-year-old. Well, only improving like 3% in the market. Reading skills. I managed to procure an E61 group head espresso machine and a good enough grinder while also roasting beans. Coffee game plus 50. Stock game plus 3. Okay, your coffee game is definitely ramped up. That's fucking dope. Nice. Did you get it on Craigslist? Ex-Mormon here. It's just a cult. Yeah, I was trying to be nice. Well, I waited all day for this. I want 50. Don't bounce at 57. Fuck off. All right, have fun, Torque. Wait, send me a chart before you go. Nice. That's the way. Woo, full poor puts. Dork is gone. This is such bullshit. God damn it. All right, one more bounce. So good at catching the falling knife. I wish I could reverse the market when my options went out of the money. Did you pick up more Apple credit spreads? Not yet. I think I have time. I don't think I have to, like, rush it, right? It is tempting. But maybe if it breaks back down below, like, 192, I'll add more. Otherwise, I don't see a reason to add any. You know what I kind of want to do? I kind of want to open... Like, how much longer can they pull this shit for? Put spread 65.60. Hmm. They have to fail in the attempt, but they have very deep pockets. It's ridiculous. 45.57 is a fortress. It really shouldn't be either. What's your most concentrated FXY position? This is my only FXY position. All of my other yen exposures futures. They're gonna revise economic confidence to 100%. The Head and Shoulders should have brought this down to 45.50. No, I mean it can catch support in between, right? Like NQ caught support here. So it may get like another shoulder fail and then move down again. As long as it keeps failing lower, but like that's just we're just gonna like stair step down if that's the case. Which means that this could take fucking hours, right? What made you roll top out? I wasn't getting enough volume. And so I wanted a little bit more theta. I only ended up going out to next week. But later this week I might roll it out again further. If a little bit of liquidity builds up after the OPEX. There's like no liquidity on the 22nd or 30. Made far too much money shorting the drop from 45.75 to 60. I think you should quit while I'm ahead instead of messing things up. Thanks for holding our hands, you big softy. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you probably should. But also, have a good one, man. Congrats. Jimmy 1550 support? No. Any chance you can explain vertical put or call spreads? I think I have a video where I do that already. Check. If I don't, I'll explain them to you. I might not have Hood's Gamma Max. Do I? No, we don't track their options data. I could get it, but for what? Does it just like run hard? I could probably tell you where it is. Hold on. I have another way of doing it. Give me a second. Gamma max on Hood should probably be somewhere around like between 10 and 1050. So it's got to be pretty close. I'm holding hands now. Fair warning, my palms are moist from sweat. That's disgusting. Any thoughts on Oatly? What about it? I actually don't like. I don't dislike the company. I think they do pretty well. I don't drink that shit because it's disgusting. But cheap. Might start to see some accumulation. Their margins started to rebound recently with the last earnings. So it seems to be improving in price based purely on that. But I would say that it has a decent amount of potential upside. Are we going higher now? No, I don't think so. I think we're just gonna like kind of bounce and then fall again. And this is gonna be probably what we do for the rest of the day, actually. It's a little hard to cover this because all of our price is being driven by NQ right now, but you get the gist. The technical analysis here just looks sloppy because the wicks are so fucking out of whack. Hmm. Oh, look, the market's being fucking stupid again. Time to buy another put. Maybe. What's more disgusting, moist hands or Oatly? I mean, oatmeal milk is like it's just like oatmeal blended in water. It's gruel. It's fucking gross. I don't know why people drink it. It's like, oh, starch water. Yum. No, it's not. You're wrong. Oh, okay. Show me where the fucking nipple is on the oat and how you milk it then. You put chocolate in any fucking starchy product and it's probably delicious. Okay, boomer. You're just jealous that my body can process actual milk. Yes, I am. Get wrecked. They add oil to make it taste creamy. You're not helping their case. You drink whole milk, 2%? Usually like 2%. Whole milk's it's a bit thick. I'm not a milk elitist. Well, I am. It says something about oat milk spiking blood glucose more than dairy. Of course it does. It's starch water. Did you close out apple spreads? No, I might sell more. I haven't decided yet. He's just a regular elitist. Only psychos drink milk. It's true in movies, at least. You mean in The Boys? In one TV show, it's true? Buying a put at the top of the trend line on SPX. I don't know if we're going to hit the top of the trend line on SPX. Maybe we will. NQ's really trying to make a comeback right now. We've seen you eat. Don't pretend you draw a line at starch water. I do. Don't forget about the McPoyles. Hmm. I know this is a controversial take, but my favorite McPoyle is the sister. She's the best actor out of all of them. I could fix her. because like she's just more in character than the rest of them. She's pretty hot in real life. Yeah, I know. I've seen pictures. But yeah, the lick lipping thing was fucking. I almost died laughing the first time I saw that. I got banned from World of Warcraft from last night for exploiting the economy. That sounds like winning. Is this the next breakdown? Maybe. It might just stay here for a while. Uh, yeah, it might just stay here for a while. See if we get some call selling. There's not a lot of change in options interest right now. I think it all just depends on if NQ breaks resistance or it fails it again. Tell the market maker to sell me a put. You know they're not gonna. Sometimes, Dork, you have to give them a little bit of your 10% in profits in order to buy the contract. I know you don't like that, but you're not gonna get a discount on everyone. I refuse. You're not gonna pay a penny over MSRP. On the meme stocks, you can't even buy them under fucking. Well, you can't buy them under the ask. There's no one to sell anything to you unless it's at the ask. Everything has to be bought at the ask and sold at the bid. How much lower can yields go, in your opinion? Well, they can go a lot lower. There's still a lot of treasury shorts running around out there. Jorg, if you got filled on the 4360, it's because we're gonna bounce. Yeah, top volume's really dry. Damn it. BTC just ripping so they can slam the price down once the ETF goes live. Free money glitch? Probably, yeah. BlackRock's gonna make so much fucking money. Ooh, NQ's failing. A little bit. It hasn't confirmed, but it is kind of failing. What are they doing to top? bullshit. Is there a date for the BTC ETF? I think so, but I don't remember. Is there upside risk for Apple to really start running up? There wasn't last night, but there might be today. Who the fuck knows how many fucking call buyers piled into Apple today? $200K shares returned to top on eyebrow. Boring. Yeah, they've inversed the tips on top for now. Although that's getting really tight. Think of that top line for Baby Torque. Sure, man. I'll perforate the bottom one too. How's Beyond IV looking? Fine. It's not that high. I mean, volume's really low, so. But I mean, it's still like 200% at the money. 30 days out. Like IV 30 is like 140. Ish. Would you be annoyed if JFresh got more followers than you and they said that you were his favorite finfluencer and your daily stream viewership spiked by several thousand? He would never do that to me. My best bud is proposing to his girlfriend in an hour in Central Park. They were a horse and carriage. And I thought, what a magical day it could be if maybe a handsome centaur pulled the carriage instead. What do you think? No, I don't do that. That's poor centaur work. Where's all the short ammo coming from on GME? They spent the last 5 days covering shorts. What do you mean, where's it coming from? I hope she says no. That's not nice. Next big drop gonna fall to 45.50? I fucking hope so. I'm tired of this stupid fucking chop. Let's take a quick look. Nope, not gonna open Apple 195, 192.50 call at this time. Maybe a bit later. Yeah, maybe a bit later. I might wait till next week. Days like this make NQ0DT options look tasty. I mean, they can be. It looks like they're trying to build a castle with wet sand. Maybe Beyond will run at 1269. SLD gonna be lit this month or what? Could be, yeah. Our index is supposed to move like this. No. If we break 50, SLD finna be litty for real, no cap. Yeah. Well, 32, right? 50's cool, but 32 matters more. On God. I'm gonna go get a snack. Yeah, I'll be right back. This is fucking boring. Listen, if Beyond randomly rips to $11, just keep it there till I get back. Why am I that color? There's no fix. Am I actually just orange? Well, son of a bitch. Alright. I'm not a oh, you know what it is? Hold on. Is that better? Yeah, a little bit. Too much beta carotene? Maybe. UVXY really looking like a cup forming? Jesus Christ. Why are people still buying that? Don't just get exposure to vol somewhere else. I mean, it depends on if they're money or not in the money or not, but yeah, it's usually not a good idea. What's more important, the global financial market or SPX 4560? 4560. What if I told you they're the same thing, Dork? Then I picked the right strike. Hmm. What happened at top? It dropped by 3%? Oh, it's so hard to eat when you can't breathe. You know what's funny is Jamie's getting slaughtered, but they're not really shorting it. I heard that. It sounded like your throat closing. I just like almost choked. I'm trying to chew with my mouth shut, but I can't breathe through my nose, which makes that difficult. Who's slaughtering it? The same people who pumped it. I really hope this is it for today. I got goodies for you. Ooh. Nice. You see how here, I'll type it. I wasn't keeping any secrets. Bulls took lunch. I hope Bulls just take the rest of the day off. Or they just get stabbed by the falling knife for a fucking change. Hmm. No, 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 no. Fuck you. No, 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 no. Round 17, Jorik. Maybe they fuck it up, right? They're hunting the fuck out of the 60s. They're also buying the 60. Is Tup dead? I don't know. They're shorting it. But they haven't really covered anything. So, maybe not. 4-hour NQ rather bearish. Yeah, it is. Hmm. How do you not get burnt out? What do you mean? I literally blew up a gambling account down to 220 last week, and now I'm back up to 2,500. I blew up both the cash and the margin account down to a total balance of 3, and I'm back at like 10 or 11,000 now. $300. I had 200 left in the margin account and $124, I think, left in the cash. I got stopped out. Yep. They're selling so many fucking puts, and they're selling them like in the money too. Stupid. Nice, Dork. You didn't sell CCs or buy calls. I did both of those things. Since I've started to learn how to trade, I've burnt myself out twice. I don't know what you mean. Like, can you be more specific? I mean, I get bored, but I wouldn't call that burnt out. Spent everything today, overheld my 45.75p, and ended up hitting my take profit at 20. I don't know if I could have held it had you not kept us all informed. Thank you. You're welcome, man. Market down, VIX flat, otterish. Yeah, but did you cut your top calls? No, not yet. I might not. I don't know yet. Top does a lot of weird shit. Last time Tup got shorted right before it broke out, and I missed a run to like $3. Sweet Jesus, the ads. Listen, I have no control over them. We've already determined this. I don't know what you want from me. I turn them off. They're going to get played anyway. I can't make Google give you fewer ads, though. Discount? Inflation's already discounting, Dillionaire. You're welcome. He can only teach us how to make more money so we can pay for YouTube. Exactly. I was attacked full force on Gherkin, but I feel like I haven't seen one since. So today is going to be algos slowly walking us down to 45.55. Looks that way. Or they bleed off enough of the short position that they bounce us to 45.75 by the end of the day. Yeah, I heard inflation's fixed. Rate cuts coming in April is what they're saying. Or March. Don't say what. I just got an ad for Susan Trimbath's online course. Is she gonna make me rich? She has a course? And what? Isn't she like a glorified record keeper? Uh-oh. That's gonna be like, Jesus Christ. This is how you file your shares at the DTCC. How to fleece an online community into buying your book 101. Worked. Tup dead or nah? I mean, they haven't covered anything on it, so no. Basically, I become too exhausted to care or do anything. Do you not like money? Like, you know, this thing, you can just put money into it and then take more money out, like a magic wallet. Prison wallet. For me, money only goes in. Gork, is this gonna bounce? It's already bouncing. You mean, is it gonna bounce more? It's a smaller bounce than the previous one. Tell the descending channel to be steeper downward, please. Popcorn Trader, what do descending channels always do? I know you can answer this. You've been studying. There you go, Carl. We need a librarian here to shush you so you stop saying bullish things. I've got calls. I don't know what to tell you. Calls which I'm about to close. We do have a librarian on staff. I'm not playing with that for the rest of the day. Hmm. Sell more Apple? Cristobal, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Beyond's not dying, but it's probably falling back to 1850 again. And I want more theta, so. I love Cristobal from Barry. NoHo Hank is my favorite character. What's SPX positioning look like? The same. There's a big pile of calls at 50 and 60. But there's less of a big pile of calls above 60. How can I invest in pizza? I feel like it's an asset class that will be around forever. You can buy Domino's and Papa John's. I don't know if is Pizza Hut publicly traded? I think they're just owned by Pepsi. Yum? Yeah, that might be it. 45.50 still on the menu today? Yeah, we could. It's a grind, though. And we may not have enough time. So I'm trying to get us to pump your Costco, Dancy. Is there a combination Pizza Hut Taco Bell ETF? Probably. Why buy pizza when you can buy Texas Roadhouse and get that sweet divvy? But the Texas Roadhouse guy died, and Texas Roadhouse has gotten worse since he died. Like Wendy's when Dave Thomas died. Pizza slots? Wait, what's pizza slots? I'll invest in that. Is that going to be the name of our pizza place? We're expecting a last minute GME pump after earnings due to the large number of shares traded recently. No. Ronald McDonald's not a real person. I'm sure back to 25-ish. I sold a ton of 28s, but I'm not sure of myself. Greedy? Could be, yeah. It's falling back under Gamma Max. FUD? Why does he have a house? I thought they got rid of all of those so they didn't get sued by children anymore. You can't sell options, Popcorn Trader, you know that. The guy who owned McDonald's was named Ray Kroc. He was a short asshole, like Ryan Cohen, except way more successful. It's not owned by a clown. You're touring your 5560 into the end of the day. I was hoping I would get an exit at some point. But maybe. You had one? That wasn't good. That was like $20. I'm not gonna fucking. Why would I buy them to get $20 back? I'd rather lose the money. Thoughts on Tesla's action today? It's kind of in line with. It's just a big tech pump. I don't really think it has anything to do with Tesla. I don't care about Tesla until it falls under 230. At which point I care a lot about Tesla. I got $40 out of them. Gross. You're better than that. That's only 12.5% of their potential return. Finally ditched Jimmy? Nah. Not all of it. Well, you can sell one condor a day and then hedge it. Daniel. Can you beyond Rocket now that you don't have calls? I'm gonna buy calls on it again. I just want more theta. Today's action has burnt me. Why? Any option you could have bought would have gone in and then out and then in the money and then out of the money and then in the money again. That Flick the Founder where Michael Keaton plays Croc is gold? I haven't seen that. There's a book about it, though. I'm not completely out of GME, but at some point in the last 5 days, I divested myself of a significant amount of GME holdings. Thoughts on JPAC continuing to say absolutely nothing at the next FOMC meeting like he did in his appearances last week? To not have the narrative of JPAC taking the market during the holiday stretch. Just do it in January. So he just comes out, stands at the podium, says nothing, and then goes back. Kirk rugged the run. I did not. What if RC actually gives forward guidance paired with knockout earnings? Don't care. More of Super Stonk has sold than I ever had. Right? It's just about time. I kept my original tax lot. Superstar went from like 200,000 daily active users to like 3,000. Explain the tax lot, please, when you buy at different times. You have different tax lots. I'm not DRSing anything. But that's because they banned anyone with any shred of intelligence. Yeah. Popcorn traders, stop telling people to hold the line. You sold your GME last year. What's liquidity looking like on top? It's terrible. Do long-term capital losses offset short-term capital gains? If I have 10K in short-term gains, could I sell old positions for a loss to offset it? Yes. Pretty sure you can. I mean, ask your accountant, because I'm not a tax professional, but that makes sense. What's liquidity looking like on 4560s? There's a lot of them. What's the deal with Siri? I don't know yet. I mean, it's tanking pretty hard. You mean like long-term deal with Siri? There's a lot of speculation. Buffett did buy in. Netflix bounce. Netflix hasn't broken down through 450 yet. Are you buying Beyond for next OPEX since you said the put walls expire after OPEX? Maybe. The $9 put wall expires next Friday. Some of it falls off this Friday, though. I'm not sure yet. I might get a little bit more theta than that. The problem is liquidity. Yeah, liquidity is tough. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'm not worried about it today, I don't think. Sell some more Apple spreads. I kind of want to sell the 92, 95 spreads, but I want to look at Apple's OI tonight and see what that looks like before I do that. So there's some speculation that Buffett bought Siri because Siri is going to get bought out by Apple. That rumor's been spinning around quite a bit. I think he may have just bought Siri because the lending rate is like 30, consistently been like 30% for most of the year. And that's a hell of a yield. I get timed out a lot these days. I mean, Carl timed you out, but I don't remember what you said. Also, are we about to rocket? No, probably not. I guess the consolidation could break up, but there isn't a lot of interest to the upside right now. Maybe. I don't know. There's some put buying. There's enough calls that we could see 75 again. But there's also a lot of puts. I think it'll just depend on NQ. And NQ looks kind of okay. Like, it looks like it can test 15.9 again. Which would be like us testing 70. Who's reminding his fellow GME shareholders to hold the line. I got myself permabanned from RBBBY yesterday for asking why the sub still existed. So kind of like what happened to them with their shares. I think your question's perfectly valid. Last week you said it was important for Jimmy to hold 15. Just now, Jimmy bounced hard off 15. Any significance or irrelevant at this point? I don't think it matters anymore. People started closing their like weeklies earlier today, so we'll see how many calls are left tomorrow after everyone capitulated today. If you got out of all of your GME around these levels, would you re-enter much lower? No, I already had a negative cost basis. Would you need something from the C-suite to even consider that? Yep. Yeah, I would have to see a path to growth, which I don't see right now. And I just don't have any interest in holding GME for 5 years while they do nothing. I can do better things with my money than that. The moderators did not agree with your assessment. That's rude. Are you rolling out your top to Jan? No, I don't think so. I don't think I'd give it that much time. You've offloaded some of your GME. Why is your shirt still in? On? I didn't buy any top shares. Why would I want to own shares of top? What are your thoughts on Siri buy rights? I've never tried before. I don't know if the right part is worth it. Let's see if you did 30 days. Bought here and sold the at the money strike. It's like 27 cents. It's like a 6% yield. It's not that bad, I guess. You also get share lending, which is like 30% annualized. What do you think Apple would buy Siri for? I don't know. Just read the words. Stop trying to understand us. Did you get a GME at 17-ish yesterday? I got out of GME at prices. And not just yesterday, but at various points. Specifically on 2 days. Will you invest anything in Bitcoin considering the upcoming halving? No. Actually, I think the halving's gonna be kind of bearish. And the ETF's gonna be very bearish. I don't really like crypto very much. I sold BTUCCs. The stock goes down. I buy them back for 80%. The stock goes back up. Then I sell again. It's been easy on this one. Yeah, BTU is not too bad. Can we talk about how much more upside we can see this week? See on SPX this week. Honestly, I'm hedged, but I like the volatility. There's not a ton. Most of the interest to the upside's been falling off, and downside defensive positioning's been weakening. So we're probably getting near a point where the market's going to turn around a little bit, but we're not there yet. You have no GME left? No, I still have some, just a little bit. It must be a nice weight off your shoulders. It is. It feels good. It feels very good. I should have done it sooner. I didn't kill the run. How many fucking shares do you think I had? Can you take all of your GME profits and short the market, please? How did I kill the morale? I didn't say anything about it. If I was like, boom, right here, selling everything, that would have killed morale. But I didn't. I didn't do that. What fucking morale? All those $20 calls out of the money, Yuri. I didn't Irish goodbye my shares on anybody. I told everyone before the run, if Jamie runs, I'm selling everything. Leaving 50k to fuck with Moonwind, should he ever return? Your counts are a bit off, but I appreciate it. I don't know if Gert could have been more clear on this run. I don't think I could have been either. I think that was perfectly fair. Thanks, Tenderized Loins. Did you sell? Gork, I sold everything but my original tax lot from 2020. Literally said 5 days of uppies, maybe more Monday, none past Monday. For sentimental reasons, no, just because I couldn't get a good exit on them. And they were like, when I could have gotten a good exit on them, I'd already locked them up in covered calls. What, you mean saying that you didn't want to hold a company whose only profit in the next 2 years would be bonds wasn't clear enough? I guess not. Did you offload around 50k shares? Why sell now? So liquidity was becoming a problem, like a big problem. I had to start rolling over covered calls every week, every 2 weeks, in order to find strikes that had sufficient liquidity for me to even sell them. And I was getting diminishing returns on my annualized yield. Fuck that. The only reason I held GME this long was because I was yielding like crazy off of it. As soon as that dries up, ugh. Farewell, GME. That's what brought me to this channel, featuring a Persian centaur sitting in the dark that we could all barely hear. I mean, I'll still play runs on it and stuff, but it's just not worth it having shares on those runs anymore. GME isn't on the screen, Cobra. We're all Dans in your eyes, meant to be used for our liquidity. Yeah, I don't think anybody was providing the liquidity besides the options MM. Would any announcements tomorrow convince you to buy back in? I highly doubt it. There's so many more opportunities. I made a lot of money on GME. I did, and letting it go was not an easy decision, and I put it off for way too long. But fuck Cohen, man. There's actually still people in here bullish on GME after being here for years. Apparently, there's a few. Reality is that's a lot of capital devoted to something with very limited growth potential. Yeah, and eventually I've got to do the right thing, right, and move that money somewhere else. Jimmy just turned positive on the year at like $17, and it's still by far my worst performing asset by a long shot, and that's with the covered calls I sold this year. I mean, I can take that money, I can put it into treasuries, right? I can then take those treasuries and use them as margin and just sell like 500 BPS wide condors and yield 20% every 3 months. And I don't have to do any work. I don't have to roll over covered calls or scrounge around to find a strike where the fucking will buy them at the ask. Like it's just fuck that. I still have my Express. YOLO into Beyond? No. Beyond's not a good company. It's just seriously sold short. Congrats on your GME gains. You've been such an inspiration to us and the entire SS community. Apes strung together. What a ride. We did it. Now on to AMC and the Bobby resurrection will be so glorious. Isn't what worse performing? Express? I mean, I don't own that much of it. So, by ratio, no. I think I'm above my cost basis still. Not after the last couple days. Well, for a second there, it was above my cost basis. I mean, Express is just in a weird position, right? It should be worth more money, but it's not. I knew AJ was gonna pop up with this shit. Is that actually viable for you? No. We still track the fails and the Greek data? Yeah, because I'm still gonna. I mean, I'll still buy options if it's gonna run and stuff. I just don't need share exposure to the runs, right? Like the last time, so this is really what cemented it for me. It was the last time GME ran back in September, and it didn't run a lot, but it ran a little bit, right? You know, the it started to collapse and it was looking good. Um, I couldn't find covered like in the money covered calls for most of my shares. I was only able to sell, I think it was like 200 calls in the money, and the rest I had to sell out of the money. And even the out of the money ones, I ran out of liquidity. So like, I was able to sell like 200. I think I was able to sell like 200 at 20. And then all the rest I had to sell further out of the money. And once that starts happening, like once options liquidity gets that low, I can't maintain like a consistent yield on it anymore. Jimmy doesn't really fail anymore anyway, but I sold my Jimmy in March on the earnings pop. I've been playing runs only since then. Yeah, it's better just to have the options exposure anyway. Bear's getting ready to save the puts. Well, we didn't even get the test of 70. Coin was in such a good position to do something great with GME, especially with all the hype and support it had around after Jan 2021, but he squandered it and fucked over his investors. Yeah. I refuse to track GME fails now. Lol, could you imagine? It's okay. I'm pretty sure Atomic still owns some, so. Top gonna VUP? I hope so. I mean, it's very illiquid. My Apple puts are happy. The chart formation looks like the golden arches. Is SPX just continually head and shouldering? It's the price action's distributive, but over a very long period of time. Do you think Fubo could live above $3 moving forward? I feel like if indexes come down, Fubo's going to go back under 3. I don't know if it'll go back under 250 again, but I'm sure between now and 2025 at some point, Fubo will fuck up in earnings, right? They only need to fuck up one for shorts to slam it back to $1. I haven't owned it since it was above $40, and it's still the first security I run fails on. Yeah, it wasn't easy to sell, but I had to. I don't own any GME. I built 6 months ago. Oh, god damn it. I'm holding my 99-cent Fubo shares. That's a good price. Even with all my averaging down, I think my cost basis is still like $1.62. Go buy yourself half a New York sandwich with those gains. The cycles back are just more random now. They just take longer to build up. And the price goes lower, like much lower every time because DRS makes it cheaper to short. And so they build fewer obligations while shorting. You know what I'd buy back GME if people started getting out of DRS? 192.50, 195, or $1.25 on Apple. I might start selling some soon. If I sell any, it's not going to be until tomorrow, I don't think. I want to see where call interest is picked up on the chain on Apple. Today was too big of a move to just go low into it without looking at the data. Do you still see Fubo breaking up above 350 anytime, or more likely to go back to 3? I mean, they've been pretty consistently shorting it. They kept it from breaking out of 350 once again today. They don't have a lot of liquidity, but if IWM starts dumping, they'll get a lot more. And IWM is dumping right now, so. I thought most of us had sold our GME during the run in August last year. I mean, I sold deep in the money covered calls, but I didn't sell most of the like big runs last year. I just sold covered calls, like shitloads of covered calls, as deep in the money as I could. Had you sold your shares of GME already yesterday? Not all of them. Some were gone yesterday. I sold 250 Jan 19 Fubo calls, hoping for some dumps. My cost basis is now 222 after the premium. All right. Now that you're out, can you talk about how to pick in the money CC strikes for GME runs? I still have some shares. It's really not that hard. I mean, you just need to find strikes that are liquid. I'm not totally out of GME. I still have like my original tax lot. But that's just because they were locked up in covered calls. If I get another chance to exit those, I will. I'm not going to keep them or anything. Is there call buying at 45.75? Not a lot, no. There's calls at 45.75, but those have been there most of the day. I'm not even sure they're bought at this point. Because most of the profit taking's going on at the 70 strike, so yeah, I'm not even sure that those are bought. How many shares do you still own? 10,000? What's your advice to someone 400 GME shares down 50% that only sells CCs occasionally? I mean, either get out or keep driving your cost basis down. You've only got a few options, right? Consider short strangles when GME finds tops and bottoms. Well, specifically bottoms. I'm excited for all the long plays and pickles picks now as you redistribute that GME money. I mean, it's most of it's probably going in short-term treasuries initially. There's a significant part of me that just wants to buy 45.50, 44.50 bear put spreads. So you're gonna hold Yellen's bags now, as long as she pays me to, yeah. What's T-bill margin? Usually 0.9 to 1. Going forward, do you think premiums on GME CCs will be a bit better the next few months? No. Do you think interest rates are topped out? No, that's why I'm buying short-term treasuries. I did buy some longer dated treasuries when yields were up. So I got a few. I got a little bit of 30-year above 5%. I've got some 20-year above 5%. I have a bunch of 2-year at like 5.2, 5.3. When you kept warning us of a quick rug pull yesterday, I kept thinking you were really warning us you were selling. Well, the prices I sold at, theoretically, I should have done 0 damage to price discovery. Is a margin account expensive? IBKR says 8%. That's annualized. That's a year. That's per year. So you pay 8% per year for, and that's only for margin that you have, open, right? Like margin that you're using. What account do you buy your T-bills? I usually shove them all in my big theta account. That's where I've been using all the margins. So I got a bunch of T-bills and I use those for a box spread, and then I use the money from, so I like leveraged up with a box spread, and then I'm just selling big fat wide condors on it. I sell like 2 a day for 30 DTE every day. So you always have one falling off, new one's getting added. Will you ever get rid of the poor mentality? Probably not. RC's gonna tweet you a sad face. Whatever. Seriously, Tesla finna close red? It could, yeah. 23andMe hack, 7 million users affected. No. It's just one big box spread, like way out of the money, right? You pay the risk-free rate on that, which is you have to pay that on top of your margin though. Yeah, I'll probably sell CCs on it. I didn't pick up any today, but I'm going to pick some up soon. I do want to like DCA into it as much as I can. I think there's still a little bit more bottom left. Only sold a third of my Genius so far. I'm hoping for another chance this week with earnings, but I'm not counting on it. I still own too much. Fair. I mean, he could beat. If he beats and Gamma Max continues up, it's got another chance at a run. I might play the post earnings price action depending on what it looks like. It's not that I don't think GME will never run again. It's just that I mean already I make more money getting like weekly options on GME than I do off selling CCs, right? So the shares just aren't worth having. I can just get leverage when I need it on demand, right? And if I want to sell covered calls on it or short the vol after runs, I can just sell spreads. I don't need to fuck with I don't need shares at all. Well, Bob, they need to either be very close to the money or in the money, depending on implied volatility. Do you still have titillation for Beyond? Yeah, but I need to move my calls out. Yeah, I really like the dividend on it. I think it's sort of near where I see the risk-free rate falling over the next like year and a half. So It's called efficiency. Fuck these poorest pickle, man. I don't. I'm not worried about it. I can't believe Top made me a trillionaire. How long till no chop on SPX? We're still definitely a few days away from getting like some serious directional movement. When is this piece of shit gonna break down? It's gonna be like an all-day affair. If it even does break down that much. No, SPX can still drop from here. Like, it can lose 60 again, it can stabilize again at 60 and then bounce back up. It could lose 60 and drop to 50 too. That's also a possibility. I've stayed out of GME since the beginning of this year. Absolutely no regrets. I'm glad a ton of you made money on it, though. It wasn't that bad of a year for GME. It was better than the end of last year. That fucking sucked. Win Kava $42 again. I don't know. Hmm. Has oil been shorted a lot to meet the bull's narrative? Oil's been shorted a lot. I don't know if that really has anything to do with the bull narrative, but it has been shorted. What expiration are you targeting for top? I moved top out. I already moved top out to next week. I haven't moved beyond out yet because I'm waiting for it to fall back to 1850. Could QQQ drop below 385 today? Um, maybe. Although I kind of doubt it. That seems pretty stable too. It might have a better chance of dropping kind of below resistance than SPX does right now. In which case it would drag SPX down. Mm. Neutral point still not close enough to the money. Hmm. Well, that's interesting. Alright. Upstart, huge V recovery. Oh, yeah. I mean, not huge, but yeah. Like $2. Are they running out of GME liquidity? No, they've been covering GME. They have tons of liquidity. GME super liquid right now, not the other way around. When SPX 4700? I don't know, maybe next year. No, the tips haven't uncrossed. Whoever was asking about Hood, Gamma Max on Hood, it's 110. So I wasn't that far off. Or 1010, sorry. Hmm. What's Apple support? 192.50? No. Support on Apple should be or like 191 or 191.80. Yeah, just 192. 192 is close enough. If it breaks down below that, you'd be looking at 190.90, and then below that 187. $45.64 is a fortress. It's really not. 60's a pretty strong resistance. VIX down, SPX down, PP down, boring day. How's Cat looking? I haven't liked any of the setups on it recently. It bounced from, at one point last week, it bounced from 50 to 55, and now it's just fucking sitting at 55, which isn't particularly compelling. It might get rejected. We'll see how the rest of the labor data looks this week. That'll probably have a pretty big impact. Did you feel a tremendous weight off your shoulders after you sold your GME? I don't know. I'm kind of sad. I guess. I mean, I had to do it. There was no question that it was the right decision, but I don't know. It started all of this, right? Even though Cohen fucked it all up, it still has a place. Those were good times. You're gonna feel real sad when we MOASS to 1 million a share. I still have 10,000 shares. I mean, I'm gonna get rid of those too, but I would swap 1 million Cohens for 1 DFV. Same. Are we gonna drop on SPX here? I don't want to say yes. Maybe in like an hour. Jimmy may be gone, but I'm still here. I know you are, Cobra. Well, as long as you keep finding credit cards. I'd swap 1 million DFVs for 1 Gherk. Thanks, Lawrence. Are we down 10% today because you sold your shares? No, I didn't sell my shares today. What's up, Roaring Kitty? I never banned Darth Dan. Sorry. I realize the mistake I made now. Jimmy is like my kid's dad. I can't regret it, no matter how bad it turned out. I mean, I don't regret owning it. I made obscene amounts of money on GameStop. I was very happy owning it for the time I did. It's just some things come to an end. If your covered calls weren't profitable, does that mean DFV probably sold his Jamie position too? I have no idea. I'm not going to speculate on it. But if I was having a problem finding liquidity, I'd imagine his would be even more severe. How are any institutions not selling anything Elon touches? The dude is more unhinged now than ever. I wish Twitter was still public so I could short it. Later, Lawrence. I'd swap 1 Pi-Fi for 1 MOASS. Yeah, me too. It's good that you've learned your lesson. Someone's DRSing all those shares you sold. Good for them. Money or not, I learned a lot, and it put me on a path I'd have never found. You still own 10,000 shares. It hasn't ended, right? Well, I mean, so I buy back the covered calls, and then probably just gonna sell those too, right? I'm not gonna keep them for anything. There's no reason to. Did I wait just 1 day to tell you I sold Renew? You'll never know. That's the beauty of it. We're now dealing with the T+2 of Gherkin. No, Dork, you blew your load on the red candle. It was too soon. I'm not done covering GME. Like I said, I'll still play the runs and stuff. I just don't want to fucking sit on a obscene pile of it anymore. Remember that time someone pretended to be Roaring Kitty a couple years back? You mean the guy in chat? Are you roughly a millionaire due to trading since 2020? I have money in excess of the amount that you're referring to. I don't think I've ever given anyone my net worth or exact portfolio number. That's nobody's business. It's 45 cents. Well, hold on. I also have a box of ramen. Now that you've paper handed, you can confirm that DFV has unequivocally sold. I don't know if he has or not. Not true. You told me, and I know for a fact, that your net worth is one cat and a freezer full of Costco hot dogs. But it's an interdimensional fairy cat. It was expensive as shit. Gurk's poor. He's been paper trading this whole time. No, paper trading accounts look like this. I think you can adjust the yeah, you can adjust the boxes, but they all have this like little thing in the corner that says this is a paper trade widget. Considering Gherk pays a year of rent up front, I'm sure his net worth is easily 7 figures. I have my dividend portfolio posted in the value channel. So it's at least that, right? I'm gonna read River Runs Dry for nostalgia. Okay. You know that DD applies to a lot more things than just GME, right? Wow, RC, that's shockingly close. How do you know? 6.9420 million. He never makes a dollar more. Anything over he spends. I remember your pre-split share amount. Oh, okay. Idiot pump activated. I told you they were gonna do that. In New York terms, he's poor as fuck. I'm actually poorer than my neighbors. Cat lady just got her trust fund from her grandma. She's got like 10 times more money than I do. Get that? Is my estimate of your net worth close? No. Dork, I'm usually upset when I see your risk management, especially after you give me shit. They revised Jolts up to 9 point. That's fucking hysterical. Nice. Apparently they revised Jolts upwards. What size port did you start with as a beginner? 25K and then another 25K like backup. So 50,000 and then I saved up a year of salary. Is net worth on the crazy hot matrix? I don't know. You need like a crazy hot Hermatian matrix. I averaged on so many dead puts. Got dug out by them. Oh, I kind of hate Cat Lady now. I'm feeling petty. Her dad's rich too. He owns like some real estate development company or something, or he does banking. I don't really know what he does actually. Those are just guesses. My 4575 calls are ready. You can pump it now. How much money do you need to become a McDonald's franchisee? That can't be that expensive. You're worth less than the potential of my Jan 35Cs. What the fuck do you own Jan 35Cs on? Oh, never mind. Cat Lady's trust fund is ridiculous. You have to have 500K to be a McDonald's franchisee. That's not that much money. I don't know why. If you had that much money, you'd want to be own a McDonald's. But what are your thoughts on a T exit? Why? It's my only good investment. I mean, I just don't know why you want to exit it. I get that you're up, but you get a dividend on that cost, right? You can turn on drip and just keeps adding to it. It's $200K to get one with a working ice cream machine. Owning any fast food franchise is consistent, recession-proof money. Yeah. They have to be managed. It's like a big pain in the ass. What's up, username? McDonald's ice cream makers are apparently some of the dirtiest things in any restaurant. Why? Because they're cleaning them so often? They just don't want to give you ice cream. That's all it is. Become the ultimate sandwich guy. Open the first joint Subway, Jersey Mike's, Jimmy John's, Firehouse, Quiznos, Blimpies, and reign supreme. I need a circular building, so the drive-through just goes in a like, and you can get one of each sandwich as you go through the drive-through. The sandwich circle. Yeah, exactly. Do Quiznos still exist? I think so. Man, I should probably trim some of my Sprott holdings. Nah. Why pumpies? Why not? MQ bounce. NQ's retesting 15.9 right now. Which is, yeah, like about where we were earlier. Might get rejected again. I would rather be the franchisee than the franchisor. Yeah, I agree. Are you tracking SE? No. Will there ever be a red candle on an economic data print ever again in the history of forever? I don't know. If it's any consolation, if we break down again, there'll be fewer 4570 and 65 calls. Yeah, I saw that Gilgamesh fucking revised the Jolts data. Actually bullshit. Are you a good swimmer? I know how to swim. I'm not like Michael Phelps, but they adjusted jolts to 93, 90, 935. Wow, bear. Is it though? Does IBKR let you sell CCs if you turn on share lending? Yes, you can do that in IBKR. You have to have a specific type of account. I forget what it's called, but you can do it. You have to have $50,000 net worth, I think. As of Jan 24, $60 T calls up 120%. If I want the shares, the most efficient way to deal with this is to exercise the contracts, right? The math seems so. Yeah, it should be. Now you're going to lose out a little bit on the premium. Well, hold on. Unless it keeps going up. Uh, yeah, you're yeah, because you'll buy shares at 16, so the premium. You should only really have intrinsic value left. You'll lose a little bit on extrinsic value, but not much. I didn't realize AT&T went up to 17 today. It's pretty nice. Worth noting, 50K declared net worth. You don't have to have 50K with IBKR. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Okay, so there you go. You'd think they'd want something on deposit, but I guess not. Is Beyond in bye-bye mode now that VWAP's broken? No, but this is probably a good time for me to enter the rest of the calls I wanted to buy. Fucking liquidity is garbage, man. I guess when it runs, I can just scalp those. What I'll do, I'll just go to the margin account and open them there. This is ridiculous. I want my money back. God damn it. Mm. 9 to 11. 15th. It's just the same price as the fucking call. $10.15 for Jan. 60 cents. Hmm. I have to think about that more. This is ridiculous. I want my money back. Oh, wait. I have my money back? A minute or two from now seems like as good a time as any to start a downtrend. Maybe. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, yeah. Jimmy earnings are tomorrow night, so no, I'm not particularly optimistic about anything tonight. Time for some cheap at the money puts. Yeah. I don't know if it's. I don't know if they'll go in the money. I guess we're getting more and more call selling. Not a lot of put buying, though. What the fuck is that? George Santos on Cameo? How did he get expelled from Congress? QQQ's testing VWAP. Yeah, well, yeah, NQ's at the same place. It's... Seriously, this looks bearish as fuck. What the hell? Hmm. NQ's almost red on the day. Are they gonna buy this bullshit too? I wouldn't put it past them. It's not a bullish setup, I'll say that much. I quit the market a while back because of rage, but I had a few bucks left in there. This is officially the last day I let the market enrage me. All right. I, is that? Are you taking like a stand of a stand against the market, or are you just quitting? Boycott SPX? Yeah, Jimmy, liquidity's back up. They've been covering for fucking like 5 days now. This is the last day I allow the market to engorge me. I just don't know if he's like making a statement or if he's quitting trading. Like I'm confused. Is it like an "oh captain, my captain" thing, or is it like "fuck this, I blew up all my money"? May their calls turn into fetid piles, and may they stub their toes whenever they think about buying the dip. New goodies, red candle. Not quite. You made me make this line thicker, Dork, and it's gonna be your undoing. Oh, that's a nice new line. How about bear thickener? I'd be okay with just like another test of 55, honestly. I'm not buying another single options contract until Ken Griffin and Larry Fink are in jail. I'm still selling them though. All right. Popcorn Trader once told me that you'd go to jail for selling options. Is there a chance bulls are just waiting for Power Hour to pump? Sure. Yeah. It's illegal to sell calls. It's also illegal to buy puts. You'll never take me alive, Copper. I quit. Alright. 50, you shill? Listen, man. That's at this point, 50 feels ludicrous. LFT or LFG, whatever. LFG, yeah. We've essentially traded in the same $30 range for the past 8 trading days. I'm losing it. I mean, I kind of like it. It's been nice. I wish it would last forever. Stagflation, Dork. It's okay, but it's so goddamn stupid. Yeah. When Tesla puts, I'll buy Tesla puts when Tesla breaks below 230. That's $8 away from that. What's your current assessment of how JPOW is doing? You know, I imagine that once he takes his tie off when he gets home, he's no longer Jerome Powell, president and chairman of the FOMC. He's just Jerome or J Daddy. Just hangs out with his grandchildren, barbecues meats, but like not good meats, like probably like bratwurst, but like the unflavored kind. He's just Jerry. I'm beginning to think the market's not overvalued. You're falling for it. He just goes into a dark room and listens to the Grateful Dead until the next FOMC. Oh yeah, I forgot that he takes the tie off, puts the bandana on. What do you think of gold getting smacked down after hitting all-time high? I kind of expected after it hit an all-time high, right? Just people profit taking. That doesn't mean it won't go back up again. He also drops 4 tabs of Lucy. Yeah, I believe that too. Plays his guitar in his front yard. No bandana. The tie goes straight to the forehead. I just want to go to a Dead concert and see J-Pow there wearing tie-dye. Like he's just got a tie-dye tailored shirt. Two streamers in each hand, spinning them in the wind, not a care in the world. There's a picture, and he literally looks like casual day at the Fed. Tie-dye tank top, Burks, cut off jean shorts. But he's got one of those like hemp jackets on. Like the Rastafarian hemp jackets. He's got a flower on one side of his hair and the other side a rat tail. Has anybody ever checked to see if J-Pow has a rat tail? Like maybe he just tucks it in while he's at work. I'm loving this rendition of Wook Pow. Like a Jedi? I don't know. It's a dumbish tail. I sent you the picture to your DMs. This isn't as impressive as I thought it would be. I like his hat. That's all wrong. Very incognito. How's Tub looking? The same. The longer we trade in this range, the more bearish I get. This range makes me feel nothing. You know what would be really cool? Let's end the day with a test of 45.55 for a popcorn trader. You know? He deserves it. I got the top comment on that Wall Street Bets post. Huh. Just an Excel spreadsheet shirt and an orange hat. What is it, Dork? It better be cool. You're a wizard? What did I do? What happened? I expected them to dump before earnings, but it's holding up better than expected. More downs tomorrow. Expected to touch 1350. What, GME? Sure, why not? I mean, it could go down more tomorrow. I'm not sure they want to crush IV into earnings though. I guess they're going to no matter what, but your Thickums line? Oh. Should I put a hole in that? I don't know, man. VIX is almost back above 13. It sounds so ridiculous when you say it. I know. Well, bulls either need to give up here, Dork, or they've got to pump it again. Because that's more risk than they can handle. Is there a possibility that the vol players on GME are gone after this run? Or do you think they'll keep shorting it? I don't see why they wouldn't keep shorting it. It's like, all right, guys, the economy is slowing. JPAL is probably going to lower rates in the next 2 quarters. Time to price 100% of the all tail risk out of the market. Yeah, and then leverage up that risk to 50x, right? Oh, Dork, do you want some bull porn or bear porn? Go read my X post from last night. Oh, you did? Okay. I coomed? Nice. How bored are you? I'm trying to price up the condors and option strat that you mentioned earlier. I'm unsuccessful getting that 20%. That's because you suck. Was calling Twitter X just being an Elon simp? I don't know, maybe. I could read some of the words from your X post, and I can confirm it made me hard. But was that from confusion or excitement? Don't ironically call it X. It's becoming a thing. I'm scare roused. Okay. Fear arousal. God, today's the fucking worst. I did the ad blocker, and now I'm getting more ads. You're just getting ads from the ad blocker. I'll call it X when Elon stops dead naming his daughter. I don't know anything about that. It's too paid as a habitual overpayer and overholder of puts. I made money earlier. Nice. Is this a bull steep peener? Yes. Does SPX put pressure on Beyond? Not much. It's in Russell 2K. Some components of SPX put pressure on it. Why are we breaking up? Here's the fun part. We're really not. We're just trading across the same strikes that have been here all day. If we break 70, though, we'll probably go back to 65. How likely are we to trade in the same range tomorrow? Pretty likely. What data do we have tomorrow? We've got, oh, the mortgage index, balance of trade. I guess things might move around a bit more tomorrow. We don't have that much. Thursday, we have Challenger job cuts and jobless claims, wholesale inventories, consumer credit change. We have a bunch of shit out of Japan on Thursday night. And then got car prices. Friday's big. We have non-farm and unemployment. Michigan consumer. So tomorrow, a little bit boring. What's up? What's up? I can't see what direction that's going. I assume up. I see that. Yeah, I know green candle, but then it's gonna like it's already over though. You're all excited at the end of it. Yeah, so what are your pronouns? That. Does it though? I keep a mix of penny stack pumps and things I can't afford in my ads. Nice. You gotta get more of those sector rotations. Not today. This is so fucking lame. Huh? Like NQ saved itself. Is IWM gonna dump? When every 50 cent strikes on SPX? Never. You want to place some bets on when CBOE rolls out hourly expirations? That'd be pretty cool. I want 45.60, not 70. It's like they know I have a put spread. They probably do. Would you mind discussing AMKBY? I'm still buying into it. I'm about a third of the way in. I'm gonna keep adding to it. I don't think they're going anywhere. Dividend yield's nice. I think the transportation sector will pick up over the next like 2 to 3 years. Specifically shipping. I think it's near a bottom, but it hasn't bottomed. Looks like somebody sold one $70 call. It was me. Could this be the test of 45.70 you referenced about an hour ago? Maybe. Way to go, asshole. I wanted to make sure that we closed at 45.63, dork. Can you explain what this morning's JOLTS data means? Nothing, because they revised it back up immediately after publishing it. Isn't shipping going to be negatively impacted due to the trend of deglobalization? The trend of deglobalization is not necessarily what you think, right? It's more just we're pulling manufacturing out of China and moving it to, India and Mexico, right? So if shipping hits a bottom, then Zim was the hot stock a couple years ago. No, Zim still sucks. And you have to pay those stupid Israeli taxes on the dividend. No, AMKBY was never in Pickle's picks. Oh, where did I go? Oh, there I am. I assume it's expected for AMKBY not to maintain the listed 40% dividend. Well, it's either their company's doing really well and they're paying fat dividends, or the company's doing poorly and their stock is cheap. So no, I don't expect to get a 40% dividend. But eventually I think that dividend will come back in line and their cash flows will pick up. Over under on how many reports on you to the SEC RSS makes for you selling? I don't know. It'll be one more than they submit every other week anyway. It's gonna dump 15 minutes into close, isn't it? Not necessarily. No. I think there's a very good chance that we close the day at like 160, 250. 162.23. Just the worst price for everyone. Or 45.62. Yeah, whatever. Same shit. 162.43 would be a trip. That'd be awesome. Just cash settlement alone. BTC hitting 43K today. Yeah, I saw. Lambo's for all of the pickle jar. You just have to catch 1-0 DTE on the way down. Set for life. If we close red on the day, even in the slightest, MACD will have crossed over on the daily. Interesting. If that's true, you might get technical funds selling into the end of the day. Wait, are we even green on the day right now? We're still red. We're red on the day here. Down 4 bips, yeah. The more I watch, the more I realize this price action is entirely political in nature. We did test 45.55. We tested 45.51 this morning. And then we tested 45.55 earlier. You still not on GME? No. It's fucking dropping like a rock. Okay, 45.50. I don't think so. I don't know, I guess we have an hour, but I don't think so. Have you ever had to speak with any government authority over SS's complaints? No. Directly? No. I did have to speak to YouTube community management one time. They're kind of like a government authority. Can you confirm that we've tested all the prices between 45.51 and 45.78? We definitely have. 1 second, I'll be right back. Well, I'm glad to see we've done nothing since I left. Did YouTube community management talk to you because of that one time you took off your shirt? No, there was like one earnings video that I did for GME that got reported like it was like the most reported video on YouTube that month. It's actually shadow banned for being featured on YouTube. So that's fun. I might be. We'll get higher highs, lower lows. Use the wick or only the candle body? Depends. Time frame matters there a lot. Like on the daily, the body. So I want to focus on where volume's traded. On the intraday, if it's futures, I might use the wick. But on SPX, probably not. What was the reason for all the reports? I don't remember. I either said something bad about DRS or about Cohen. I don't know how many people here still own GME. I feel like I was one of the last ones to get out. I know you want that to happen, so it's just me and you, Grim, too, but sorry. When have you ever said anything bad about RC or DRS? That was that a while ago. Feels like longer, to be honest. You sold your GME? Most of it, yeah. You were the big guy in the meme, shielding us from the darts, letting our little guys sell for life-changing money. Thank you for your service. I still have some left. You're gonna go back into Bobby and save us? No. I sold 60% yesterday. Huge losses, but lessons learned. You sold Jimmy shares, not just calls? Yeah. I said I was going to last week. I thought we'd be below $10 when you sold. No. Why would I sell at $10? Trying up some powder for RevRQ. What about DK Butterfly 1? I just learned about that yesterday before I was permabanned. Yeah, I'm not sure that's a real company. I said I sold earlier. If I can. Sold remaining stake as CCs for Jan, $15 strike, $4 a contract. What will that be? Cost basis is around 21. So if you get assigned on them, which you might not, you'll bring your cost basis. You'll bring your, well, you'll have sold at 19 instead of 21. I think I sold back in Feb 23, so my tax write-offs haven't come in yet. I'm pretty set for 3 to 4 years now. Nice. Imagine selling at 10 when 18 was literally right there. Exactly. CEO is Ashton Kutcher. CEO of what? Butterfly Effect? Isn't that a movie about the horrific outcomes that happen when you try to change the past? I feel like that should be a warning to everybody in BBBYRQ. No, it's about horrific things that happen when you allow insects to mature beyond the pupal stage. When do you think GME sees 16 or 17 again? Might be tomorrow. I didn't sell my CCs. Sweet. I mean, they could beef the earnings, so it may not be that sweet. Wish I had the margin to short straddle SPX. This week has been so boring. It's been particularly dull. Yeah. Uh, hmm. I wonder if NQ is gonna fail here. Tesla crash into close. RSP is kind of shitting the bed into the end of the day a bit. It's now down 82 BPS. Dow and Russell bounce back a bit. The dollar's almost over 104. Dude, Dixie's rocketing today. Look at tomorrow's fucking. Alright, Tesla crash into close. It's kind of remarkable how high the rate of being charged with crimes is among the elected class relative to the average American. Is it higher? Huh, that's interesting. Look at this stupid shit. End of day, melt up or melt down? Don't use the word melt. The word melt isn't a good word here. Do you think we'll get to play the bear song before the year end? Maybe. The thoughts on CBS around 65 for a longer term buy and hold? I don't know. Walgreens looks like a really good deal right now, too, but I kind of don't like any of them. I don't think the business model has a lot of direction. Like, no one really wants to buy any products from them, right? Because they're all overpriced. And then, so people are really just going there for their like pharmacy services, but more and more of that is moving online. Eh. So they're trying to push into healthcare, but I don't know if they're going to be all that successful. Shirt on, Grim 2. I'm not really sure the 15-minute to expiry is going to be that spicy. If we lose 65, maybe, but yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's going to happen. Business pivots are more drug manufacturing. Huh. Not boring. XRT covering confused the regards and made it fun and profitable for me. I mean I made money on it. I couldn't be happier. Thoughts on ticker TECS? Tech Bear? Well, it's gotten the shit kicked out of it. I'm not sure the notional gains would be worth it versus just shorting QQQ. Unless it reverse splits or something. That seems like a really shitty way to short QQQ. It's somehow shittier than SQQQ. Do you guys want to see what today looks like on the hourly? Look at this bullshit. This is our opening candle. This has been the rest of the day. I mean, Timber, we're not even red on the hour yet. Relax. Later, Tarnished. I don't like that. Fuck. This is so boring. Want more of those? I don't think I do. 42, 20, 45, 22, 50. It was flat down to 55. There's 50 calls, 50 puts. Huh. Is the new strategy, bull strategy, to bore bears to death? I think everyone's just getting bored to death. I don't know. There was a few fun plays today, but not a lot. We're starting to get a lot of concentration of interest at the money, which means that price isn't going anywhere. I guess the fun fact here is that Gamma's just flat to the downside. When do your 10Cs expire? Friday? Probably should have cut them before. Let me see what FTDs look like for tomorrow. Tomorrow there are 6, 12, 5, 12, 6. There's 161,000 on Beyond. And then 461,000 ETF FTDs. So a little higher than average, but not a ton. Does NQ like it look like it's falling on the monthly? It looks like it's falling on the daily. Although it would be nice if NQ got rejected into close. Or ES did. Or fucking either one of them at this point. That's on earnings and GME price action today. Looks like all the covering's about done on GME. We'll see what earnings brings, but GME's plenty liquid enough to absorb any kind of shocks. Thanks, Simon. I appreciate it, man. GME strong support at 15. A lot of sold calls at that price. So yeah, it might be like a bit of a call wall. It's 2020-23 has 2020 to 2023 been the most volatile trading period ever? Parts of it, yeah. Like mid to late 2020 was insanely volatile. 2022 was it had its moments, but for the most part we just went down, right? This year has had its moments. For the most part we've just gone up. Or are you just talking about like intraday? Intraday like liquidity is fucking awful on well on everything right now. Was top earnings tonight? No, just ignore that. Like you're seeing the earnings icon on like TradingView or on your brokerage. It just always says it has something tomorrow, but they haven't filed. I don't think they filed their last earnings report yet, so that might be why. How's your cat's port? Pretty good. He has one share of Caterpillar at 225. If we get a collective re in the chat, maybe we get bips down. You're welcome to try. He's doing better than me. Can T keep climbing? Sure. Which calls? These? I know. Bumblebee tuna? Is this MOASS? No. Man, I really bought at the perfect time on Beyond though. Close your eyes and take a nap for at least for the last 20 minutes. Cough medicine's putting me to sleep. You got cut short. Chances of dumping into close slightly better than chances of pumping into close. But both of them suck, and we might just close at 45.67.51 or 45.60.250. Or to do a stale ciabatta soaked in chicken broth. Why are you soaking it in chicken broth? I got these holistic parking lot berries. I told you not to eat those. They keep making you throw up. That was a typo. He meant raw chicken juice. Okay, it worked a little. I think we need more. This is bullshit. Theta Gang wins again. I'm not even sure Theta Gang wins here. Fuck off, you guys. This is not good for my calls. But when I come to, I'm always riding a mighty steed, aggressively upset goose. Geese are scary, man. They'll bite the fuck out of you. Don't tell us they've left any 4570s behind. Surely they've closed them all by now. No. No, but they closed a lot of them. Why can't you just let MOASS happen? I'm not trying to stop it, Pigeon Teeth. Do you have any plays on Cat? No, I still don't like it. How are you feeling about TAC? Yeah, I'm still waiting on it to drop more. I think a couple more earnings. I want to kind of see the effect of their narrowing pipeline and products moving over to like generics in the next like 6 months. But I would prefer to buy in the lower part of its price range rather than the upper part. Fortunately, yen still hasn't rocketed, so I think I got time. Okay, Dork, what do you think? You close at 45.66.91 or 45.66.92? I mean, aside from the standard legal risks involved in purchasing a stock, I don't think so. I don't think there's any additional legal risks. Are you referring to the lawsuits? And that was part of the reason they split Kenview off, right? Does Apple's PE make any difference? It's way overvalued. I mean, no, but you're not wrong. 91.5. Final answer. Wait, what was that? Answer to what question? Would you give me $5 and would you buy some back? I still have a little bit left. Deck P, dude, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, dude. I don't know what it's for, but I do appreciate it. Thank you. That's like a lot of euros. And the euro's up today. Is that a real currency? Maybe it's not. Euro's down today. That's euros. He's in Europe. Put an equal amount of that donor into 15 minutes at expiration. How do you gift a euro? I would probably start in Europe. I assume YouTube converts it. It's e-dollars, a worthless currency. Send it here. Did he mean to buy pigeon whale? Irish. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Are you gonna average down top or just wait and see? No, I'm not gonna average it down. I'll just take losses on it till it runs. Someone just paid Gherkin euros? Euros? Oh, never mind. Can I gift you yen if it makes you happy? GME cup and handle, and it's in the bottom of the handle. Sure. Those are Iranian reals, Greek's ancestral Persian currency. Let me dole out my post-monarchy, we're all friends now currency. Cough, 100 years war, cough, World War I, cough, World War II. Don't thank him, he sent you worthless paper. It's a shit coin. How many euros is that? I don't know. YouTube will convert it and charge you for the privilege. Well, that's how that works. Dude gifted 120 euros. It's euros. He didn't gift me euros. Euros. Do you accept loonies and toonies? Those aren't real money. How subject are your value investments to an 20% SPX correction? I don't. I mean, I think the port has a portfolio. Like, I have a beta of like 1.24, and then 7% of my portfolio is a VIX hedge. So I don't think I'm too exposed. There's gyro, which is the wrap with meat in it and like tomato and French fries and shit, right? Onion. And then there's a euro, which is the currency he fucking sent. He gave you both. It's fungible. Hey, Doric, how do you like that big green peener stopping us from breaking down through 45.65? That's like 2,000 Cardano. No, it's Greek. You roll the R's because it's a Greek word. You know what's the worst is people calling them gyros or gyros. Peanut butter, onion, bacon, side of the witch's brew. Thanks, Red Ranger. Later, Sads. I think your gyros is something else altogether. My mom one time called a mojito a majoki. I've heard mojito and mojito. Navy Nuke, my $5 is worth more than 120 euros. You're welcome. Thank you so much, Navy Nuke. Okay, snack time. Heckin' think you guys are neat. We later, Squamsk. I was gone for 5 hours and we're still at the same price. Yep. I feel like our friendship isn't the same as it used to be. It, it's never been. Guyanese? Vegito is my favorite Dragon Ball character. Is Tup Moassing? No. It's closing at $1.84. Although Beyond's having a nice end of day. Ever tried Gurasi? Yeah. That was a mistake. What's below? Never been. So glad I left when I did, but I should have loaded at the bottom after closing my puts. Moass, mother of all short selling. God, this is the worst. Have we been talking about Beyond Meat or Beyond Ink? Beyond Meat. End of week GME price. I'm thinking 13.15. It could run after earnings. I mean, if earnings beat, it'll move up again, maybe. Tzatziki is my passion. I hear that. I like where your head's at. Oh, shit. I needed to dump another $6 and $7, $9. Will you be streaming GME earnings tomorrow? Yeah, probably. It doesn't usually take very long. You know, they get on the mic and they're like, we have no forward guidance, and then they hang up. Or they just don't do the earnings call at all. New store idea, Bed Bath and Beyond Meat. Is it just a spa where you soak in Beyond Meat all day? If it is, I'm in. Have you ever met a furry? Yeah. Don't forget about the French loan. Oh, yeah. 20 EPS. Mark my words. No. I'm just got an in-stream ad for a subscription management app. Kenny's trying to take down your subscriber base. We're getting close. Mostly, we'll sell turkey roasters. But if we're not gonna fill the turkey roasters with Beyond Meat, then what's the Beyond Meat for? The oils and fats will probably be great on the skin, right? CPOGA hikes to 0. What happens to Fixie? Goes up. Although that's not a positive rate. Only for 2 hours, and SCX is in the same spot. Yeah, it is. It'd be really cool if we fell. I mean, there should be room. Huh. Hey, Greg, thanks for everything. When did you have closing the put leg of your straddle today? I wanted to set a stop at our low for the day. I closed it when we hit 55 earlier. So I ended up closing the long side first. I should have played it textbook. Yeah, you can. I mean, probably a good idea to play them just closing both legs at the same time until you get used to trading the range like that with them. Tried Beyond Meat chicken tenders for research. Threw up on myself. Bullish. Disgusting. How much do I owe the knife catching bears for their show today? It's the bulls. The bulls are the ones catching the knives. Which is impressive. They don't even have paws. I feel like you should open an espresso machine shop where you just shout at people that what they have isn't good enough. Or, I mean, like, hire French people to do it for you. All right. I like. That doesn't sound like a bad idea. What's Dad? I don't think coffee shops make very much money. They're kind of like a shitty business. See, it's just not worth it. I should just open butterflies. Bulls gave all their paws to JPOW? I guess so. Oh. Coffee markup is quite good. Do you think BDS movement could affect companies like Starbucks, McDonald's? The what? Are there any stocks that you feel are currently significantly undervalued? I posted one last night. Did you see that? I think that's pretty undervalued. My calls printed, bought for 50 cents, sold for 1, free money, easy, GG. Okay, nice. Another friend's dad unalived a lady of the night last night. What? Your friend's dad killed a hooker? I once walked into Bed Bath and Beyond Meat, specifically the Beyond Meat section. There were 6 holes in the wall lined with duct tape. I walked out because I don't like duct tape. Okay. We closed down 4 bips. MACD crossover, man. Ding. Yeah. What, 6 bips? Oh shit. What a tantalizing and exciting day. Anyway. God, that fucking really sucked there at the end. Timeout Bip Solar Bear. Done. Alright. So what do we got here? Dead center in the middle of our neutral range here on ES. So, you know, literally nothing's fucking changed. Maybe one of the flattest days in SPX history here at close. But we did have 6 hours of trading between 45.65 and 45.68, which was that was big exciting. I'm glad to have shared that with all of you. Breadth down today, which might be a good sign moving forward. However, tech kind of held its own. NQ up 35 basis points on the day and breaking a little higher after close above 15.9. So most of the bull side support today coming from those flows into the Mag 7. Dixie up, yields down. Bull steepening with the biggest drop in yields on the 20 and 30 year. Largely due to the don't forget that the JOLTS report was immediately revised back to 935K, despite coming in lower. Nothing weird about that at all. Just totally fucking normal. USD JPY continues to kind of crater, and vol convexity is continuing to pick up despite yields kind of running away from it. 3-month correlation up today. Skew flat day over day. VIX correlations unchanged on the weekly. A few less stocks above the 20-day moving average in the S&P 500 right now. Down to 86%, whereas the prior high was 89.86. So about 3% of the S&P falling below its 20-day moving average, but still, quite a lot of them above it. GME pretty liquid. It's got to be getting really close. We've already got roughly the same amount of liquidity realization we saw back in March earnings. Pretty similar to right after June earnings. I mean, not as crazy as like March 22 or anything like that, but remember that was before the split, right? So in terms of how much liquidity has ever been realized since the split, we're definitely in the, like the 99th percentile of that. So I would say that most of the covering that needs to be done is done. There should be plenty of short liquidity available. We'll wait to see shares returned to the lending pool. But we probably will after earnings. Upstart, still a little bit of liquidity realization going on there, but it did pull back below Gamma Max a bit today. I think the biggest problem with Upstart is no one's really buying any calls on it out of the money. The options interest there seems to be pretty low. So Fubo got shorted all the way into the end of the day, where it seems to have started to turn around a little bit. That That might once again retest the high if Russell runs. We do have a little bit of data tomorrow. I think we have the big stuff is going to be balance of trade, non-farm productivity, and that's fucking it. Yeah, so the mortgage refinance, and mortgage index, and mortgage rate, and then we're going to have balance of trade, import, export, non-farm productivity, and unit labor costs, quarter over quarter, the final print. Unit labor costs are expected to go way down. Non-farm productivity is supposed to go way up. Imports are supposed to be down. Exports are supposed to be pretty flat, I think. So, nothing's earth-shattering tomorrow. That leads me to believe, given our current range, it's going to be kind of a flat day. Series really losing the trend there and falling off pretty hard. Macy's is finally pulling back a little bit. Looks like that's about blown out. We got the dividend coming up in a couple days. Top, so no covering yet, but getting very close to a crossover there. You'd think it would have already, but it hasn't. Beyond had pulled back earlier, but that big round of end of day covering kind of pushed us back out. There's still a lot to cover here. This could still really run. There's plenty of liquidity there to cover. It's not being covered, but there is some covering that's being forced every day due to its reg show inclusion. So as long as that stays on reg show, we should continue to see some covering of a predetermined amount of shares every day based on prior failures. And those really start to pick up a lot as we move towards next week. So yeah, FTDs on top, on the FTDs on the underlying start to pick up quite a bit around the 12th, and then they peak on the 19th and 21st. So and I would say, given where it is, it may be pressured to run before that. There's a lot of put interest at $9. But if it breaks up above that, there's really nothing stopping it from moving up to 10 or 11 or 12. And then I think that's about it. I guess we could talk a little bit about Apple. I know some people have been selling calls on this, call spreads. It started to come down towards the end of today. I kind of want to see how the open interest shakes out, because obviously today was very bullish for Apple. But if like open interest is falling off still, then I'll probably continue to sell calls on it for next week. And then yeah, I think that's probably about it. So, all right. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. You guys have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Later.
Denny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some kidneys.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.